anyway. It's also important to note that in that statistic of the 87%, there are some white British gangs. It is mentioned in the report, but also included in that are Sikh ringleaders. That has happened before, and quite frequently either the customers of these gangs or some of the customers end up being drug addicted madams who are women that lure the girls in because there's a high overlap between the Pakistani drug trade and also child trafficking.
So for clarity, out of all of the rape gangs or gangs that of coordinated activity to commit sexual violence against children and young women, 86% are comprised of Muslim men.
87% of the convicted perpetrators have Muslim names. Yeah. Yes. And of course, we know that some of the ringleaders have been prosecuted, but we know there are hundreds, possibly thousands of perpetrators.
So we don't even need to do the whole per capita thing here. That is an 87%, the vast majority, full stop.
Yes.
I mean, but a couple of points on that. The first thing is the rape gang inquiry is not how do we say religiously or ethnically partisan, right? So there are cases in there of women who were groomed by white people,
yes,
not just men, by the way, white men and women, who were failed by the institutions and didn't get justice. So this isn't just that the institutions are only being politically correct to cover up Pakistani Muslim rapists. It is also that they just don't have any respect for the victims of these crimes at all. So it is both things at the same time. And secondly, it'll be tens of thousands of Muslim men who are wandering around the country having raped children and not been brought to justice.
And have been given cover by their own community, whether they're prosecuted or whether these familial clans that operate based on solidarity to the Ummah or to your own ethnic group, they know this is going on, and they can phone each other up and just say that I've got a girl captive, would you like to come around to my house and face no reprisal for that? They all know this is going on and they feel no sympathy for the victims either.
David Starkey was correct to describe it as clan politics.
Yes.
It is clan politics.
It's very clear in here. Also, as for the ethnic compositions of the perpetrators, they found an analysis of 264 convictions for group-based child exploitation between 2005 and 2017. It found that 84% were South Asian, ethnically, vast majority, Pakistani Muslim. Only 7% were white and 8% were black. So again, if we're doing not just per capita, but gross, the overwhelming majority are ethnically Pakistani background. There are quite a few, obviously, Somalis as well. The smallest ethnic group there is white.
This is also this data is coming from the police and judicial establishment, which has been a chronic failure against these victims as well. So if these numbers are this shockingly high when it comes to the ethno-religious element here, you can only assume that the real situation is considerably worse.
Yeah, it's essentially like finding a couple of ants running around on your floor and not knowing where the actual colony is yet.
Yeah.
The number of victims estimated on pages 12 to 13 as well. So they extrapolate from Lord Pearson of Rannoch's projection in 2019 that there was around 250,000 victims minimum. And again, that was 7 years ago. Sarah Champion in 2017 said it could be up to 1 million. I've seen some people quibble with the maths on this, but frankly, this is the best estimate we get. When you look at, from previous reports in Rotherham and Telford, the victim to perpetrator ratio, so the victims that were identified by the previous reports, and you extrapolate it across the country in all of the districts it's been found, up to 40% of districts in the country, you find that 250,000 is like the bare minimum.
It's also such a giveaway as well. I've seen this debate in the last 24 hours on social media. Well, how have we got to this number? What's the statistical credibility that sits underneath it? And you kind of go, if that is your response to the mass gang rape of 11-year-old girls, surely that says a lot about your worldview. And it's the same thing that we saw in the aftermath of Henry Novak footage and the
Here he comes.
It is like to go to the the detail or go to.
I gotta have my hand here. Okay, you can even move back here if you want.
As a diversionary tactic from what is really going on.
I've seen some people in good faith question it, like Adam Wren, who's obviously runs Open Justice and does the transcripts. But there have been absolutely some people that have tried to nitpick and undermine the findings of this, even at the expense of the victims who.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. That was an accident.
So, like, you're doing this at the expense of potential action. It's disgraceful.
But you're putting your face in stupid places.
The earliest recorded crime that the inquiry found was actually in
I saw you wink at me.
So immediately after the earliest waves of Mirpuri Pakistani migration to the country, after their dam burst and the area flooded, I've seen crimes that have been committed in Canterbury and Rotherham from 50s through the 70s. So this just seems to be a pattern of behaviour that occurs wherever you bring these men, particularly Pakistani, but broadly Muslim men.
Look at the pattern of behaviour in their own country.
Yeah, I mean, quite. But there's a particular kind, and obviously you know this well, a particular kind of like racially aggravated rape that is committed in these countries. I mean, one rape gang was just prosecuted in Australia, if I understand it.
Right. Yeah, Carl, what you just said is a very simple point, but a very important point. That if these people are coming from a particular culture where this is widespread and it is prevalent and it is socially normalised, it is therefore obvious that they are more likely to then bring that into this country. You know, you don't just suddenly, when you get off the dinghy and hit Dover, put up a photo of Joe Root on your wall and start singing God Save the King.
Well,
But,
British values.
well, this,
I mean, that's
this. I know, but it is self-explanatory. But that is still the primary argument for the whole integration piece, which is, well, with a few education programs, you can change that entire worldview, and it doesn't work that way.
A few classes on women's consent will not civilise these people.
No.
And again, it's everywhere they go. So here, the inquiry has identified 149 local authority districts that have been either suspected or confirmed to be affected by this all across the UK. And I'm just going to zoom out. This is the map of where these gangs have been operating. And it was a particular shock to me, and it's just anecdotal. But in southeast London, Bexley and Bromley are in red. That's basically Kent. I mean,
London has the highest population of Muslims in the entire country.
Yeah.
So I'd kind of expect.
But not that area. Again, you haven't been to that area, right?
No.
I've grown up there all my life. It is essentially church fates and schools, and to know that they've been there, even it's like literally.
They're in Swindon and Wiltshire, mate.
They're on the Isle of Wight.
Like, to see Wiltshire. I mean, 6 years ago, Wiltshire was the safest place in the entire country, the lowest crime rate in all of Britain, and now we're running into rape gangs.
And this is not, no pun intended, the white spots on that map. Are they lower, or is there no gang activity there purely because they either have very low or no Muslim populations, or is there something else at play?
No, they're mostly white British population guys.
And as in, has there been better prevention, campaigns, all that sort of thing, or is it purely a function of demography?
It's a function of demography. It's a function of because there are no colonies existing there. There's no reason for the trafficking networks to actually take the girls there to find eligible customers. But also, those are all provisionally unaffected. Because it could just be that there are areas across the country that haven't had anything reported yet. There haven't been any investigations. There have been no convictions.
Almost certainly,
yeah. And the inquiry, again, as you say, it's not ethnically or religiously partisan. It is also non-party political because it implicates both the Conservatives and Labour Party in this. Like, nobody's hands are clean. It points out Jess Phillips and Naz Shah, both not friends of this channel because of their behaviour. They've maintained public silence on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs while their constituencies suffered. Jess Phillips tried to block a local inquiry in Oldham. Naz Shah...
she didn't just try, she just kicked it back to the council in Oldham and said, do it yourself.
Exactly, when they said, we are incapable of doing it.
We would like you to do it because you're the government.
Exactly, and then she tried to depict herself as the real victim because Elon Musk criticised her for it.
Yeah, so I agree with you entirely that this is a problem that cuts across political parties. At the same time, these areas that we're looking at are overwhelmingly Labor-run councils. And the second thing I would say is that the left of politics, more so than the right, goes on and on about women's rights and equality and all that and kind of stuff, but then has this hypocrisy and blind spot here in a way which I don't think the right of politics does to the same extent.
Yes.
The hypocrisy, not to the same extent.
Yes, but I'm speaking in terms of like the actual concrete politicians in these respective parties, not the factions. Like, for example, we know that George Osborne told Ed Balls on his podcast that the Cameron government knew about the rape gangs. They had inherited all the notes that the Labour government under Blair had, and they didn't exploit it because they said it had insufficient political capital to attack their opposition with.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
which is crazy because you'd think this is overwhelming political capital. Sorry, the Labour Party have brought in a foreign constituency and they're letting them rape English girls. How could you not make political hay out of that?
Doesn't have political capital in Westminster.
Crazy, right?
Or to Cameron, who's
Yeah.
an arch-Arabist and kept giving speeches in Muslim conferences saying we need Muslims at the highest echelons of the Conservative Party.
Yeah. I mean, he was the one who literally turned the Conservative Party into a diversity party.
Yeah, he appointed Baroness Wolsey as the...
He put in the shortlist.
Yeah.
He transformed the Conservative Party into a Blairite party. Yep. So there we go.
They also named Rory Stewart in here, Alice Campbell's best friend. They say that Rory Stewart publicly described the issue as a small problem confined to the north of England and downplayed the national reality and thus showed the attitude of, at the very least, a large section of the party. And they do mention Andy Burnham, of course. Last week we covered Andy Burnham's complicity in burying the grooming gang's bodies in Greater Manchester's backyard. They note that when he commissioned the findings in 2017, he commissioned a limited independent review that concluded that authorities had failed to protect children from the gangs in Manchester, Oldham and Rochdale. I think 6 in 10 of the Greater Manchester Combined Authority areas have had rape gangs prosecuted in them. But, as I mentioned before, despite him being Police and Crime Commissioner, no local authorities were held to account, no police officers were sacked or prosecuted, no social workers were prosecuted, and yet he continues to defend his record.
When we hear about this, and I would call it complicity from these sorts of politicians who heard of this stuff going on and didn't do anything, how much of this do you think is just cold, hard, cynical electoral maths where they go, I need to maintain my popularity with ethnic groups and Muslim groups? And how much of it do you think is the ideological commitment to this multicultural project, which they know if they were to take this on, the whole worldview of it comes shattering down? I know it's a bit of both, but where do you see the split?
I think it's both, and I think there's a third element, which is cold indifference.
Classism.
Yeah, these people are beneath their moral consideration. It's the same snobbish attitude you get from Westminster outlets and people in political parties, where they see immigration or demographics or migrant crime as like a gauche topic that's beneath them. It's the Fraser Nelson mindset.
Yeah, it's the problem of the white working classes who are themselves interpolated as being scummy Tommy Robinson supporters.
The final stumbling block
And-
of multiculturalism.
But not just that. That's kind of like an ideological perspective. There's a kind of personal revulsions. I don't want to be associated with those people. I don't feel represented by those people because what are they drinking their beer and singing football hooligan chants and whatnot. I'm not like them. I'm an urbane, refined socialite who, I mean, Rory Stewart. That was the perfect description. Oh, it's a small problem confined to some northern areas. It's like, well, I'm sure if you're a 13-year-old girl who comes from a broken home, who's being trafficked and molested and raped by hundreds of Muslim men, it doesn't actually feel like that small a problem. You know, it's not that small a problem. It's actually the worst thing that could possibly be happening to you. And Rory Stewart was like, yeah, but you are working class white English, so I don't care.
Yeah. But this is also the left, like that they care about the oppressed minority, which may be a very small percentage of the population all the time. They'll care about the oppressed, trans rights, for example.
Well, they'll say they do.
Yeah, they'll say they do. But again, it's just interesting that they will pick and choose which particular minorities they invest their emotional energy into.
Yeah, it's disproportionately the ones that are perpetrators of such crimes. The inquiry has a succinct summary of the patterns that they found across witness testimonies. They heard harrowing testimony from survivors and their families. The method used to groom children typically followed the same process. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended by a young Muslim man who then treated the child like an adult and would start providing them with alcohol, drugs and cigarettes. After a few months, the girls would then be collected from school gates, care homes and streets in taxis. They were taken to houses, flats, restaurants and hotels where they were raped repeatedly by groups of men, tortured, filmed for blackmail and were told they were white trash or kuffar who merited punishment. Many become pregnant while still children. Some miscarried under trauma. Others endured coerced abortions. Some gave birth to the children who were later confiscated by the state. Survivors described daily rapes, red rooms of extreme torture, trafficking between cities, and institutional disbelief that compounded their sufferings. Some girls were even trafficked to the Middle East, where they would endure Islamic marriage, and some have never been recovered from there. So some people have proposed there needs to be an international effort to sort of launch expeditions to recover our girls.
So there are currently English girls as slaves in Pakistan at the moment.
And again, that was something that was never uncovered before this inquiry. So for all of the people that said, what's the point of a non-statutory inquiry? Well, it didn't take forever, and it's uncovered all sorts of new avenues of exploration for a willing government to actually explore.
I mean, any inquiry that is not bounded by concerns of political correctness is a valuable thing in and of itself.
Yeah. But can I add a third argument to that? And I spoke about this on Patrick Christie's show last night. This government-led inquiry is not independent if they're the ones who pick the chair chair and they're the ones who set the parameters of the inquiry. So let's cut this nonsense that this will be a hands-off, independent inquiry. It's not by the very nature of how it was set up. But the other thing is, and again, if something that has become very clear in the last few weeks, is in the response to Novak, in the response to Belfast, you have seen the establishment double down and try and cover their own arse in order to try and protect this whole multicultural narrative, which is their religion. So I've got absolutely no faith that an inquiry, which ultimately the end goal would be, or the end outcome of it would be, if it is sincere, is a rejection of that ideology. There's no way that you could see it as a credible investigation. No way.
The culprits are never going to profess their own guilt.
Of course they're not.
So we just can't.
Of course they're not.
Do it. And one of the things I never examine is, of course, the role of Islam. And there is a weighty section in this paper going into the theological, the sociological reasons why the gangs use Islam as a binding agent to find new customers, to keep a code of silence, but also why they use it to justify the abuse of white, non-Muslim British girls. And I'll just read a small section. The gang members' justification for their crimes can be found in the Islamic principles of loyalty and disavowal, known as al-wala wal-bara, or there's also the concept of asabaya, which is clannish in-group solidarity. It demands enmity towards non-Muslims, a superiority of men over women, forced marriage combined with the absence of any fixed minimum age of consent, a perception of female sexuality as inherently dangerous, a fitna, a temptation to be resisted, a system of sex slavery that authorizes sexual relations with non-Muslim captives, bondwomen, and religiously sanctioned social hierarchy that subjugates conquered non-Muslims. These elements, filtered through the clannish immigrant subcultures of Pakistan and Somalia, provided religious justification that enabled the systematic rape and even slaughter of white British girls. And there were multiple survivors that said blonde women are treated as witches in Pakistan, so we had to get extra maltreatment. We had to kiss the feet of our Muslim abusers. We were told if we were lined up in a care home that we had to stare at the floor because we locked eyes with one of them. That was a sign in the Quran that if a woman locks eyes with a man, it means that she is inviting him to have sex with her. These are children.
This is a very complicated question, but we are talking not just about Muslim men, predominantly Pakistani Muslim men. How much of this sort of mentality is derived from the culture of Pakistan, and how much is derived from
what are you guys doing?
Islamic
I'll be back in a
element?
minute.
I know
I'm
that they are intertwined.
trying to
Well,
assemble
that's the
something right
point,
now.
Actually, I think I'm not sure they're extricable.
Right.
I'm not sure you could remove the current culture of Pakistan from the Islamic
Well,
influence.
maybe frame it the other way. Why are they predominantly coming from this Pakistani Muslim culture and not from other Muslim countries?
That's just the demographic realities of our post-imperial immigration policy.
Right, okay, that's...
But in the last 10 or 15 years, and even Louise Casey has pointed this out, you've had refugees from, there's an Afghan grooming gang charged in Norwich a couple of weeks ago. You've got them now joining the existing established rape gangs.
Wasn't one in Northern Ireland Afghan as well?
I'm not sure.
I can't
But there's a Somalian one in Bristol. There are members from Iraq. There are Kurds in this, and it's because Islam acts as a binding agent. And there are verses in the Quran and the Hadith that says essentially the bond of brotherhood between believers does not liquidate the blood bond between brothers. And so what Islam did is it mapped almost ideologically onto the clan structure of 7th century Arabia, and it just so happens that in countries in the Indian subcontinent where you have a really high level of clannishness of cousin marriage, that just codifies that clan structure. Same with Somalia, and so the Venn diagram is basically a circle. Right. You just can't have these people here, honestly. And some of the statements from witnesses corroborate this, and they're just horrendous. So there's one woman euphemized as Taylor. Some of the names are euphemism to protect their identity. Before they raped me, they would chant Bismillah Hir Rahman Nir Rahim. Translation: in the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. So they would see this as a sort of religious ritual.
Well, it's the sort of thing they say in the mosque. Yeah. Literally, when they go into the mosque, that's what they say, right?
Yeah. Some girls were forcibly converted to Islam and dragged to mosques where they would receive sermons where the imams would say white girls deserve to do this because they're basically sexually advanced. And Taj Hargay, who's the cleric at the Oxford Islamic congregation, has been blowing the whistle on this for about 13 years to his absolute credit. Jen said, they have no compassion for the young girls that are out on the streets and they see us as slags, white trash. English pig dogs came up a lot because Muslims don't like pigs and dogs. So they hate dogs, hate pigs, and they put women on the same level. One survivor said, they used to tell her things about the good angel and the bad angel and that I've been possessed and they've got to punish me to get the badness out of me. That's why they have to rape me and do all this stuff to me to get the badness out of me. So it's essentially like a jinn exorcism for English children.
What? What this is just an excuse to be able to do the terrible things they're doing.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And this is the same when they've sort of blamed jinns before to exculpate themselves from responsibility. But it's absolutely the case that they either derive a justification from the scripture or they use the scripture as window dressing.
Yeah.
So, from Victoria, who's the mother of one of the victims, she discovered Muslim clothing and a Quran and a prayer mat hidden under her daughter's bed. Her daughter began quoting the Quran and praying 5 times a day, and this sudden change in beliefs coincided with a secret relationship with an Algerian Muslim student. After meeting the man, she repeatedly attempted suicide. During one hospital stay, the police removed her daughter from her and transported her to the address of her abuser's brother. There, her daughter was subjected to mental and physical abuse, including strangulation, death threats, rape, and financial exploitation. Money was funneled through her abuser's brother's bank account, and then the man and his family racially abused her, calling her a white slag, and pressured her to drop all complaints filed to the police and then marry their son. Apparently, Prevent also knew of her abuser, but was slow to act. So the police and social services are proactively handing the girls over to their rapists. I mean, there was one case in Bradford where a 13-year-old girl had her social worker sign the paperwork to have her adopted by her rapist parents and then attend the traditional Islamic marriage that she was married off to her abuser.
One of the things I hate about this is there's a kind of attitude that a woman can be fallen, right? And this attitude pervades much of the third world. And this is why they call them slags and white trash, this sort of thing. Where if a woman has had her dignity violated, this is essentially a kind of unrecoverable position, and therefore you are essentially permitted to do whatever you like to this woman because she is an undignified woman. She doesn't have the protection of the reputation of a family. She doesn't have her own personal innocence or sanctity intact.
She can't confer any benefits on the family by being associated.
Sure, but what that means is, well, once this dignity has been stripped from the woman, then she's fair game. And you saw this in the Sheffield event where the girl was raped, picked up again and raped, and then picked up again and raped a third time on the same day in this community. And that's only possible if you think, okay, well, if everyone around has the attitude that, well, once this veil of innocence or sanctity has been stripped away from the woman, then she is just community property. Right? That's only possible with that kind of attitude, and that is an attitude that pervades almost the entire third world. This is why the women are some of the most conservative people you'll ever meet, because they understand that actually protecting their own sanctity is protecting themselves physically.
What infuriates me is that you will have leftists who will point to a few friendly Muslims that they know who have been westernised, and that becomes your argument against that being a cultural problem amongst groups of Muslim people in aggregate. And it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Again, it doesn't hold up to any sense of logic, but it is a very, very convenient way to stop having these uncomfortable conversations.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Exactly. And despite all this, the inquiry notes that the Crime and Disorder Act 1998 and the Sentencing Council guidelines explicitly permit, in cases of demonstrated hostility, they require an uplift in the imposed sentence where the offence is aggravated by racial and religious hostility. As you've mentioned before, they couldn't find one case where the sentences were increased based on racial and religious aggravation for a rape gang charge.
I've looked. I've just never seen any example of a non-white person being convicted of a crime against a white person and it also being a hate crime.
And I imagine there is several instances where there have been mitigating factors. For example, the person may have come from a foreign culture, they didn't understand our ways, that is a mitigating factor. Oh, poor them, they were, abused, or they were a minority in their country of origin, that's a mitigating factor. I imagine there's plenty that go the other way.
Yeah. We have limitless compassion for the people that destroy the lives of our children. So, in terms of the course of action, the inquiry makes a series of recommendations. They say, we intend to release the full witness testimonies, gather discover additional survivor accounts, identifies those responsible in Parliament for ignoring this, who have been approached by survivors before and been inactive, and begins civil and private legal actions to ensure maximum accountability. And that's what proceeds of the inquiry that haven't been spent yet will probably be spent on pursuing private prosecutions. They recommend the Sentencing Council must be required by statute to revise guidelines so that group-based child sexual exploitation carries a starting point of life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 50 years for ringleaders and 25 participants. Rupert obviously wants to give the death penalty. So do I. There is an entire section of deportations, which is that every foreign criminal, foreign national convicted must at the very least be deported. Any British citizen convicted of these offences holds dual nationality, must lose their citizenship upon conviction and also be deported.
I can ask you a question on the deportation issue, because this is something I was struggling with last night when I was thinking about it. I agree with you. I think, these people should be put to death. Let's say you cannot get the death penalty supported in the country. So your options are keeping them here in jail or deporting them. How do you feel about the fact that you would deport them and then they potentially escape the justice that is owed to them by being put in a very, very uncomfortable, jail cell?
No, I still got to go to the trader.
Well, I mean, that's a real issue, because in their countries, maybe what they've done isn't really seem to be right. So, okay, we send them back to Pakistan or wherever. Why do they care?
Yeah.
They're not going to punish them. And so that's a genuine question.
Yeah, shouldn't be paying for them for the rest of their life.
I know, but they should be punished is the alternative argument. And that's something I really struggle with.
And I'm actually very sympathetic to this, which is why I'm part of the 7% of this country who wants to bring back floggings. I'm not even joking. It's been polled.
I'd agree.
More than half people want to bring back death penalty, but only 7% want to bring back floggings.
Where's Heads on Spikes on Tower Bridge? Where are we at with that one?
I guess that'll be rolled into the floggings. But yeah, so no, I am genuinely concerned about this, because a lot of people will just get rid of them. It's like, yeah, but then they get nice long lives comfortably in Pakistan or wherever, where they get to be upstanding members of their community, and I hate it.
And if my daughter was gang raped, and then we said, well, you know what, I don't want to pay for them in jail for the rest, I go, you know what, I pay the money because these people deserve the justice that should come to them.
I think that the most sensible settlement in the public appetite is the death penalty for the perpetrators. And then, as it says, where a perpetrator has family members in Britain who have supported, harbored, or failed to report the offender, which is the Pakistan community writ large, the entire immediate family must also face deportation proceedings themselves. Now, some of these people will have been born in Britain. This paperwork given can be taken away. And I do think this is the grounds now for the amount of evidence we have for just the expulsion of Pakistanis from Britain. We just can't have this anymore. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. They make a series of other recommendations, including getting rid of the Equality Act, getting rid of the Race Relations Act, that hermetically seals these crimes, that impose the public sector equality duty on the state, which they then use as an excuse to say, we can look the other way. They said pass a Childhood Sexual Exploitation Act, which expunges the convictions for children who were convicted of crimes who were being groomed by gangs at the time. So unfortunately, there are plenty of women that have that. They've proposed to automatically remove the parental rights from convicted rapists, in sort of Sammy Woodhouse's case, ban Sharia marriages, and establish a multi-agency coordination on child sexual exploitation, a uniform framework across police forces, so we have a standard to ensure that one police force can't
really how any sensible person could disagree with. And I put this again last night on the show. I put it to the lefty on the panel who was saying, well, you know what, this is this didn't have statutory authority, this report, the methodology was questionable, yada yada yada. We need to have an independent inquiry, we need to have due process followed. And I said, look, number one, this is going to take years, by which time the people who actually need to be held to account will be off somewhere else and the world will have moved on. The other thing is as well, just look at the recommendations, judge them on their merits, and actually say, well, why shouldn't we implement those immediately? But instead the deflection was, well, Rupert Lowe has a political agenda. So that is what you are going to get coming up, and you need to push back and say really clearly, forget the politics around this. Look at each of those individual policies, and they are all very responsible. We cannot wait 3 or 4 years to stuff around when really this stuff still goes on now and action needs to be taken now.
The clearest examples of this are the 2 recommendations to have mandatory gathering of nationality and ethnicity data of all perpetrators of child sexual abuse and reporting on it. It's insane we don't. But the other one is mandatory safeguarding requirements for the NHS, social workers, police. When there are signs of child sexual exploitation, for example, some of these girls were taken in with multiple STDs, pregnancies. They were like 12. And the NHS just gave them some painkillers, patted them on the back and told them to go on their way.
Well, a lot of the time they give them birth control.
Yeah.
Or they give them birth control. So it's a 12-year-old girl. What are you doing?
The fact there isn't a statutory obligation there that public sector officials can fall afoul of is insane, and that should be the case. So I just want to finish with a couple of seconds on the reaction. So Rupert Lowe has made this promise, and he's just said what happens next. He's going to use parliamentary privilege to name perpetrators and their enablers in the chamber who they don't think there is a realistic prospect of securing private prosecutions for, whereas other names will be withheld in order to secure those private prosecutions based on the amount of evidence, including the appendix that just lists all the agencies with some redacted names that have failed. But as you said, Will, there are some people that are engaging in motivated reasoning and ignoring this. So, for example, I want to, as Restore Britain pointed out, Daily Mail dedicated over the weekend 2 front pages to attacking Restore Britain activists. 19-year-old guy, angry, calling him a neo-Nazi based on fabricated quotes by standard to racism. Complete silence on the weekend. One of the only people that has covered it are yourself and Patrick Christie's. All the other press.
No, to their credit, the Daily Express covered it.
Daily Express did as well.
Yep.
Excellent.
To their credit.
And because of the story that I opened with, the reopening of other cases, a bunch of other respectable mainstream TV news stations were covering it to say that this is a...
Did you just call Ed Balls respectable?
Respectable in air quotes. But obviously...
I don't mean to laugh, but that caught me off guard. Sorry.
Ed Balls is wanting to cover this because, of course, the reopening of the cases is as a result of the announced local inquiries that, obviously, his wife was the previous Home Secretary and held the commission.
It's Yvette Cooper, just saying.
Yes. Sammy Woodhouse, who was one of the leads on the Rekt Gang inquiry, actually went live on Good Morning Britain and exposed that before she went on air, one of the producers had told her not to mention the race or ethnicity or religion of the men who abused. No. And they had to do damage control live. They said, well, we've been discussing it all morning. We don't know why that happened. We promise you no one will say. She went, well,
listen,
someone
you
did say that to me.
Congratulations.
And then just to finish
Here's your
on two
reward.
particular name and shame. The response by some people who seek to gain from partisan reasons on this has been disgraceful. There's a woman here who is an independent councillor for I think Shropshire. She did a video where she was laughing about the report. She accused the report of confusing county lines and the difference between counties with county lines, which means phone lines. It's not the case, not what they're referring to. They did some digging, and it turns out this independent councillor is actually on the Reform payroll. So there might be some sort of reason for her to take a malicious interpretation. And the same goes for Nadine Dorries, who decided last night
This was so dumb.
to say that Rupert Lowe uses rape victims for political gain before a by-election. Is he a misogynist?
Get this over
as
with.
as I responded to her.
Ridiculous.
Just delete your account.
Yeah.
So dumb.
Just delete your account. So there are still people to this day, after reading this report, maybe they haven't read it, but they've got no excuse not to.
Meow.
There are still people to this day that will see the screenshots of the most heinous abuse circulating on Twitter.
How's my arm
and
smell?
instead of saying the report's recommendations, as you said, Will,
The shoujo.
are independent and they're non-statutory, but they're sensible, we should all adopt them for the sake of the children. There are people that will instead seek to attack the character of the people that conducted the inquiry to make personal political gain.
But coming back to your point, it's like, well, Rupert Lowe is doing this for political reasons, for a political agenda. Well, he's a politician.
Everything is political.
Not only is outside of the political arena, everything's still political, but Rupert Lowe is literally a politician. It's hardly unreasonable to say that politician's got a political agenda. It's such a non-charge. I mean, look at them parading the corpse of Joe Cox around at the moment, saying, we need to advance left-wing multiculturalism under the banner of Joe Cox. That's what she would have wanted. Okay, you're using her death for political gain. Everyone does this. You do this all the time.
Those
This
are all
tweet
red.
is political.
exactly.
This is
Don't on your way out.
She's defending by proxy here, with insinuation, the politicians like Boris that brought in thousands of said rapists into the country.
Yeah. But all it boils down to is saying, he is a politician I don't support.
Yeah.
Like, that's what they're really saying.
Word of advice.
You would use it
Next time,
if it was
bathe
cause for your
before
son.
coming to a
And so
job
it literally just
interview.
comes down to, he's not my guy.
And look, the real tragedy of this is, and again, I am pragmatic enough to know that the right is now at the point where, you know, we're not going to all sit down and hold hands and sing Kumbaya. And for me personally, I am not going to pick a team, A, because whilst for some unknown reason I can vote in this country, I don't think I should be allowed to vote in this country.
Oh, you're an asshole.
No, I think until I'm a citizen,
I agree with you.
Until I'm a citizen, I should not have the right to vote. So I think, and me picking sides, and also for my job at the moment, I think at the moment it is better to focus on policy and issues, and that's what I believe in. But for too many people, there's one issue that you should go, you know what, put the restore v reform thing to one side for 24 hours. It is this. And you say, well done for putting a light on this, Rupert. Good job. We'll go back and attack a farm against money.
And if Nigel Farage had actually done this inquiry like he said he was going to, I'd be the person saying, let's put Nigel Farage. It's really not that bad.
And you know what? We're losing a lot of sting out of restore attacks as well. Again, you know, like the whole strike on the question has been fascinating.
You want me to tell you the story? Don't you want to hear the story? Now you can't. You have to watch. I mean, you have to listen.
Coming out of 1968, there was no way to know it, but 1969 was going to play out like the series finale of the whole decade.
Now they're just doing beating on musicians?
Supreme Court Justice Abe Fortas resigned in connection with the crisis. And Rocky Marciano, the only undefeated heavyweight champ in the history of boxing, would die in a plane crash. Good things happened too, though.
Meow. Come here. Come here.
Since we're talking about politics, last thing, Mamdani has put forward some new tax proposals.
Okay, two.
Which I'm excited about.
Hold on, I have to pause. What idiot says they're excited about paying more in taxes? Like, yay, even more of my money is getting confiscated to pay for illegal aliens and Somali fraudsters. Well, let's get that.
Raise the tax rate for people who make $1 million. Okay. I'm okay with that. It affects the exact numbers and exact percentage, but I believe it's 50%. And the idea, it was raised 5.88% from 3.88% for the earn more than $1 million per year. He said that a family earning $1 million should pay an additional $20,000 in taxes, the equivalent of, it's a 51% increase. And then the other thing is he's trying to advocate for it at the state level, which would raise the rates pretty high for people who are bequeathing.
I'm cool, yo. Some of the dumbest shit you ever heard in your life.
So that is basically a taste of how this entire interaction goes. The man jumping for joy at higher taxes is Mark Lamont, an annoying, race-hustling, fake academic, woke political activist who, unfortunately for him, overplays and share his limiting belief and internalized victimhood identity. And as you saw from the guy at the end of the clip, he shut down the nonsense immediately. He called it the stupidest shit he's ever heard, which it rightfully is. And so Mark Lamont is forced to spend the rest of this interaction popular beliefs and only digs himself into a deeper hole as more hosts start voicing their disagreement. But let's take a look at the end of that clip. Explain to Mark Lamont why this is, in fact, the dumbest idea ever.
What he's doing, he's taking the rates from 16%. His proposed new rate is 50%. That's a different level of a jump.
For the inheritance tax?
Yeah,
The inheritance.
one. And then
Is there a cap on
7 million, I believe. Is
no. The old start of the inheritance tax.
That's where you start.
That's where you start to get taxed.
Oh, okay. I'm not mad at that.
He wants to drop it to $750 grand.
Oh no, that's
So
gonna
if
cover
you
a
start
lot of shit.
taxing New Yorkers at $750 grand, for those of us that live in the area, you can't find a house in the 5 boroughs for $750,000.
That's not a, you can't find a 1-bedroom apartment.
That's my point. And so now you're starting to impose way more, I don't want to call them sanctions, but way more stress on the poor and the middle class that you ran your campaign on uplifting.
So just to clarify, Zoran Mamdani wants to lower the tax exemption from $7 million to $750,000. Simultaneously, he wants to increase the tax rate from 60% all the way to 50%. And as these guys who live in New York just stated, you can't find a 1-bedroom apartment in New York proper for under $750,000. So this isn't taxing the greedy bad billionaires. This is a tax that is coming for every single person in New York City. And the worst part is that applies to the entire estate. So if your parents left you a piece of property, some stocks, a life insurance payout, all of that is now subject to Zoran Mamdani's tax. If you run a small deli in New York City and just so happen to own the building, those two things combined so if only the first $750,000 is exempt, even paying a 20 or 30% tax rate on the $4 million taxable value would be anywhere from $800,000 to over $1.2 million. And the family would be forced to liquidate everything for pennies on the dollar just to pay the tax bill. It completely decimates the entire possibility of upward mobility. But Mark Lamont's racist bigotry of low expectations for black people kicks in and says, well, it's actually okay because black people don't own any homes.
Well, we're going to tax all these billionaires. No, you're not.
Yeah, they already are exempt. They know how to play the game.
Right.
So the ones you want to tax are the
people that don't know how
here,
to play the game.
and they don't know how to play the game.
But I think,
They're
I think
keeping you
that's why this
poor.
policy could be
They're
useful.
keeping
Again,
you on the
devil's gonna be in
plantation.
the details. But also, when I think about
Congratulations,
the people who are the most
you
affected
played
people like us,
yourself.
we don't, for example, poor black people, we don't inherit houses. We don't.
It's not true, Mark. Especially now. We are starting to be more on the side of inheriting houses.
We are disproportionately inheriting debt. We're disproportionately inheriting houses that aren't paid off. We're inherently
doesn't matter. Still equity in the house. That still a value. That still a net value.
This is the inherent problem with delusional, racist, woke ideology painting all black people as penniless activists. It's completely disconnected from reality. The left likes to pretend 150 years and that we still live in the antebellum South, and white people own everything and black people own nothing. So they push these policies to punish ownership and success, thinking it'll only harm whitey and it'll only help black people. But newsflash, black people do own houses. I know, shocking, right? It's the same racist bigotry of low expectation that made New York's governor say, black kids don't know what a computer is. It's the same racist bigotry of low expectations that makes Democrats say, we can't have secure elections because black people don't know how to acquire IDs. And their entire party claims to stand for the betterment of black people, but policies like this only hurt the people they're claiming to help by preventing them from ever being able to climb the socioeconomic ladder. Unless you're some business mogul, most normal people climb the socioeconomic hierarchy through processes like inheritance. But you can see the host is getting frustrated with Mark Lamont, and he absolutely snaps on him right here.
The wealth for black people ranks dead last amongst ethnicities in the United States of America. We are last. Yeah. So now we are starting to get information based on things like that. We are starting to get information on how to wealth build. Yeah. Cool. You may not have all of the vehicles set up to wealth build, But for a majority of people, I'm arguing with you that people own houses. And grandparents own houses, and mothers own houses, and they are leaving these houses to their kids. So when you start taxing these people at a high clip, 16% to me is too much.
Yeah, see, that's where we disagree. I'm not disagreeing that grandmothers bequeath houses. I'm simply saying that black people are underrepresented on that list.
I know.
And so because we're underrepresented on that list, I'm actually more interested in how tax revenue could be used to invest in us in ways that can get us to where you want to be. Education, all the things that help people be able to access houses and things like that. You know what I mean? And social mobility.
And I think that's all theory. I'm a man that practices practicality, and I don't have no faith in Democrats. I don't have no faith in Republicans. I don't have no faith in no politicians to take the money and allocate the money accordingly to us to where we can come up off of it. We haven't seen it ever. So again, if my parents leave me,
I'm kind of with this guy, except for the us part. They don't give a shit about anybody. Yeah, they say they're about black people. They want to help black people, but that's just to get the black vote. I mean, honestly, what has the Democrats ever done for black people? Ever. In the history of the United States, what has Democrats done for black people?
If the government takes your inheritance and spends it instead of you. I find it so ironic that these woke leftists will complain that white people had a 250-year head start to build generational wealth. But now that black people finally have some assets of their own that they want to pass on to their children for generational wealth, the government wants to seize all of it. Instead of taking that money and sending your kid to private school to get a good quality education, Mark Lamont wants you to give that money to the government so they can pump it into the already broken public school system. Black inner city schools already have the highest spending per pupil in the entire country, yet they consistently have the lowest test scores across the country. But Mark Lamont would know that if his ideology was rooted in reality. It's an imaginary story he told himself to derive moral praise for a cause that doesn't exist. His entire worldview is predicated on two disastrously false premises. Number one, in 2026 are still living in the Jim Crow South. And number two, government actually spends money effectively and will make your life more prosperous. But here's where he makes Mark Lamont actually admit he has no idea what he's even talking about.
But first of all, it's on estates, right? So it's not just on houses. It's on like the estate. So if I have just to be clear. So if I have an estate of $5 million, the idea is if I'm leaving that to you, you have to pay taxes on it. It doesn't mean that because the estate might be valued at $1 million. If I leave you a house for $1 million, I haven't even sold the house. I don't have to cough up $500,000. Okay. But I do have to pay taxes on part of it. But to my point, again, like I don't think it's a contradiction to say I'm for poor people, or I'm for even the middle class, and saying I'm going to raise the tax rate on people who are inheriting stuff. I get the idea of wanting to pass wealth on to your children. I get the idea of wanting to share those things. I get it. But I'm not convinced, even in New York, that somebody who inherits, say, a $3 million property right now, or a $3 million estate, whatever it is, shouldn't have to pay some taxes if they're getting $3 million.
You have to pay taxes.
Hudson to resume those weekend and holiday transports beginning this past Saturday.
Now, this became so bad, they were going to sentence her to like 6 months in prison with a $500 fine. But
they're going to put the sheriff in prison? And this wasn't enough?
The appeals court last second.
Yeah, I think that story was funny. Imagine being so bad at your job they send you to jail.
Big mistake.
Today, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeal.
Turn arrows, and I also pee in sinks whenever I'm tall enough that it'll allow me. Thanks, buddy. Get it on.
You can leave us a message at 888-634-1744.
found it interesting that he couched it as whenever he was tall enough versus whenever the counter was low enough. The way he describes himself is he's telescopic. He can go up to like 6'6", drop down to 5'7" if he needs to. Yeah, I think it's more reliant on the counter height. And you're right, I don't like a 36-inch bathroom counter. 32.
I agree.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Kitchen counter, 36. Bathroom counter, some will do 36. A little too high. Get it down to 32. Shaving, leaning over.
Extra 4 inches of dong I can get up in there. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, so appreciate you listening. And listen, I have expanded my repertoire. I go through the arrows now, but I go through red lights. That's my new thing, is red lights. Straight up.
I remember the first time I saw you do the straight-on red light. I was like, look at this Maverick. First off, you're going left turn arrow. Now you go straight through them. I mean, pretty soon you're just going to start going through barricades. And
what is it? I'm going full Kool-Aid on the entire system. What is the difference between a red light and a stop sign? What do you do at a stop sign? You stop, and then you look. And you go, is anyone coming the other direction? And if the answer is no, then you go about your way. So I just do that with red lights now. Pretty easy. Now, the easiest ones to do it with are the T's. So when you go down PCH, the ocean's on one side. There's no road. Everything's a T. So you just stop at the red light, then you look up the hill, and if you don't see anybody, well, first you gotta look behind you, see if there's a cop, and then you just go through.
Oh yeah!
I did get the person. I did my red turn arrow the other day in La Cañada, and I did get the person behind me with the honk.
The honk, yeah.
The honk. The person. Whoa! Hey, renegade!
Look at these people.
Whoa. Someone broke out of prison.
Justice warriors.
Yeah. And I turned back and I said, "Hey, you good-looking female." Bunta, 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 boo. I think they honk at you like you didn't know what you were doing. Or is it, I saw what you did? But either way, I'm down the road.
I feel like if anything, these are where people should really have a little bit of, they should look inside themselves and go, why is that person out there roaming the streets freely while I am sitting here wasting my life at this red light?
I did a power move. So here's the power rankings of the red turn arrow moves. And then I did one with the light the other day too. The power rankings are you turning left on a red turn.
I don't know who's the champion of the sledgehammer in this game, man, but
somebody who's waiting.
I find the sledgehammer completely pointless.
That's a power move. Yeah. I do a double. I'll do 2 lanes on the left, around both, stacked up. Go all the way around everyone, turn in front of everyone. That's a power move. Did a red light power move the other day, which is coming up to the red light. Had 2 cars parked waiting at the red light, so I came to the left turn lane and went through, like just going from the left turn lane where there wasn't anyone waiting.
Yeah.
Power ranking. Never got, by the way, everyone tells me I'm crazy. Never got a ticket.
Never got a ticket. I think from now on, you should.
By the way, do you know how worth it this ticket would be?
Yeah. For how much time you've saved in life not sitting there?
If I get a ticket for going through a red light, I'm going to tell the guy, you know what? You caught me on my 26,000th attempt. And you got me. But I got $25,999 in before you.
You need to start sticking your arm out the window and giving the universal, come on, everybody, follow me. I'm Spartacus. Follow me through this red light.
I thought about doing my wagons ho move. Wagons ho!
Yeah.
I've been doing that to everyone symbolically my entire life. No one ever listens.
Yeah. Son of a gun.
It's life-changing.
Yeah,
it's a help.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right.
Let's do some news. All right, so I don't know if you've been to Seattle recently, but I certainly have. I didn't see any of these sitting around. Progressive Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson is being ripped for unveiling a village of tiny homes being likened to porta potties with no rules stopping the homeless people who move in from doing drugs. They were supposed to have 1,000 of these things out before the World Cup, which starts on Thursday. She previewed 50 of them. These look like ice shanties up on Lake of the Woods in Minnesota, where You can shoot up as much heroin in these things as you want with no repercussions whatsoever.
She is a full-fledged dope.
Oh,
and when we study dumb women and what they've done to our society, she might make that poster.
Yeah.
We've taken a lot of fucking dumb chicks and put them in charge, and they fuck up every city they're in charge of. She's no different. A lot of chick things going on. Did we play her and her homeless thing, Andrew? I can't remember, but she had her homelessness comes. You know, here, by the way, you know who I'm done with immediately? When they go, there's no one way to do this. Everyone is individual. There's no one way to come at homeless. Homeless stories are as different. No, they're junkies. They're fucked up junkies. All of them. It's not all the different rich pageantry of homeless. They're fucked up junkies, you dumb bitch. I don't know why you guys don't understand that, but good luck solving a problem that you don't know how to correctly identify.
Yeah, a couple of people that were involved with the homeless outreach organization called We Heart Seattle really kind of laid into the mayor, saying that, hey, bodies are piling up and drugs are not free, and how they're getting money for drugs is by going around and doing, as she called it, porch prowl, which is essentially is just stealing people's packages and then selling it. But she says, hey, the locals are going to have to go on lockdown, which they already have. We watched that video 2 weeks ago of people in Seattle taking the giant triangular concrete blockades and just setting them in the middle of the street and just going, we don't want drugs.
Oh, they're doing potted plants.
Oh, that's right. They were doing that's right.
They're not strong enough for that.
Maybe they had a backhoe, you know.
They took corrugated steel and made like a big planter box and filled it with dirt. And
put it right in the middle of the street just to try to keep people out.
Yeah, well, people, when the ship is sinking and the government says we're going to patch the hull and enough water's coming in, they'll eventually start patching it themselves because they're going to drown.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how many times the government says we're coming out. If they don't come out, they'll start survival.
Yeah.
Will kick in. Yeah, listen, there is no such thing as building enough houses for the homeless. If you just start giving away free houses to the homeless, you'll just get more homeless. That'll be it. There's no way to remedy the problem. I know you guys say unhoused, and so you want to build more housing, and then so the solution is more housing. That is not the solution. You'll never fix it. And the reason you haven't fixed it in 20 years is because you have been in charge of this problem and you have the wrong idea as to how to fix this. But it's no different than the problem in the black community. We need more discussion and more seats. No, you need dads. That's it. That's why nothing ever gets better. You guys never realistically approach the problem for what it is. And then when Spencer Pratt starts talking about it, you call him mean.
Yeah.
As if you can offend a junkie. Hey, Mr. Fentanyl guy, bent in half, with a load in his pants. You should know that Spencer Pratt is not speaking too kindly about your ill. Now, I'll take that monogram hanky of yours and dry up your tears. Are you fucking nuts? These people don't listen to Spencer Pratt. They don't know who Spencer Pratt is. They want a fucking another hit of fentanyl. That's all they do. Karen Bass is offended by Spencer Pratt, not them. They don't fucking sit around watching Fox TV all day going, oh, my goodness gracious, I said good day. Good day.
Hey, speaking of dads and the language that people use, so back in like the late 80s, the state of Minnesota put out a list of, and what they called, and this was in the news, deadbeat dads.
Yep.
The worst deadbeat dads in Minnesota. And my dad, number one on the list. Number one, state record, as we call it in my family, state record. But if you go and you watch the 1989 newscast of that, they said deadbeat dads. And a lot of these dads, after they got shamed publicly, ended up paying a lot of the child support. My dad decided to move to Denver and make more kids that he never took care of. But a lot of them paid. Fast forward to the late 90s, where they decided to get rid of the term deadbeat dads, and they used absentee father.
Yes.
You're an absentee father. Well, guess what didn't happen? A lot of guys didn't feel the shame of the words deadbeat dad, and when they finally got called to they were like, oh, no, I am a father. I'm just an absentee father.
Yeah.
So maybe if they kept calling them deadbeat dads, some of these guys would have paid their child support.
They're actually, Dawson, I forgot about this. when New York was trying, or probably has successfully changed out gestating individual with non-gestating individual because mom and dad were too complicated for them.
Yeah.
It was like too confusing for the kids and offensive, frankly offensive, not to call them gestating.
Oh, it's not inclusive, is the thing.
Not inclusive.
It's not inclusive.
There's gestating people and there's non-gestating people. Language, control. Man is a woman, woman's a man. Now give me all your fucking money, give me all your property, and I'll take care of the problem. All right, this is what they're doing. But they also changed the name for the deadbeat dads, too. It's not just gestating and not... You know how they started calling criminals justice involved people?
What are you looking
Which,
at?
again, if
You're not going to be able to jump up there. There's nothing to grab onto.
Everything, you're doing something wrong. And by the way, this doesn't... You can call every dad who never paid for his kids a superhero. It doesn't really matter. He's still just a dad who never paid for his kids. So we're in the same fucking place as we were when I called them deadbeats, or you called them heroes, or formerly housed, or formerly fathers, or dads who never pulled out, or like whatever. You call them whatever the fuck they want, gestating dickheads. We're still in the same place. You guys like unhoused. I like junkie, but either way, there they are.
Yeah, we have unhoused junkies all over the place. Yeah.
Non-custodial parent is what they're called out. Yes, ladies, we should put you in charge, and you should work real hard at changing the name of everything. And then all our problems would go away, because we'd all have a seat at the table with our non-custodial parent and our non-gestating. Jesus fucking Christ, could you solve a problem?
Yeah.
It's starting to get into the absurd. I think we're into absurd now.
Yeah. This is how far they can take it. Yep. A California OnlyFans model and high-end escort had a breakdown on the stand Monday as the judge slapped her with a 4-year sentence for involuntary manslaughter in the case of a client who died following a sexual activity with her. I don't know if you saw this story at all. This gal, 32. Her name is, I believe the way that she pronounces it.
I gotta do my kitty a favor.
Kayla Rylandsdam. She's 32, pled guilty early last month after her Michael Dale, 55, died from asphyxiation when she placed duct tape over his mouth and a plastic bag and saran wrap over his head during a recorded encounter.
Recorded?
Yeah. So I imagine that he must have been paying for the recording so that he could, have a little bit of something else he could. You don't want that in the spank bank. You want that on your big screen in your bedroom. But turns out that this after the guy went limp, and she did call 911. Turns out that the woman also has a husband who is aware of the OnlyFans site. He actually helps manage the business.
Wait, her husband?
Her husband, yep. Helps manage the business. They immediately called 911 following the incident. She then pled with the family. I'm so sorry. I wish I could go back and take all this back, but here we are, 4-year sentence.
Her husband?
Her husband.
Is managing the site.
Yeah.
So your wife is like, you're like, you want to see a movie tonight? No, I got to work. Oh, okay. Did you bring the duct tape, the water-soluble lube? It's out in the car.
Yeah.
Should be some saran wrap.
Yeah. You get two-sided tape? No, just the regular straight-up duct tape.
It's not even, well, people
all
call
right.
it duct tape. It's duct tape?
Yeah.
Or ducting?
With the teeth.
Yeah. Like if I wasn't managing your porn site, I'd go back and do HVAC work. Where we do duct work.
Yeah, there is a company called Duct Tape.
There is now.
Logo.
The whole point is you got the water-soluble lube, you got the duct tape,
you got the Venmo,
you got the saran wrap, you got the hefty bag.
Yep.
Put over John's head.
Yep. Got the straps and the chains.
Is the vid camera charged up? You want to capture that?
Yeah, 2 batteries.
2 batteries. Tripod?
Yep. Tripod's ready to go, just in case.
All right, well, I'm going to be here watching SportsCenter.
Okay.
So, you enjoy.
Yeah.
You know what? I was thinking of making rice pilaf tonight.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
I'll leave that out for you. You're probably going to work up an appetite, sucking off that white guy and everything with the bag on his head.
Yeah. You got a good safe word that we can use tonight?
You know, it's weird. I forget safe words a lot, so my safe word is actually the word safe.
Safe. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Nice, easy syllable.
I did one where I had a default one where it was, I forgot my safe word. This is my safe word. That's a safe sentence.
Yeah, little wordy.
Well, in a panic, eventually, it's going to come flying out of your mouth.
Yeah.
So they put the bag on his head. But she didn't notice that he'd stopped breathing?
Yeah. So they don't really get into a lot of details of it. In fact, Andrew and I were looking for video. He goes, is there a video of this? I'm like, I can't imagine they put a snuff film on the internet, but you never know. You never know what's out there.
Now, the guy was 55?
55 years old.
You know he had to have adult children, right?
I would imagine so, correct? Yeah, 55.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, Dawson.
Yeah.
Let's just say you're 22 and your dad went out that way. Certain amount of reverence for the old man, still in the game, went out, doing what he loved.
Doing what he loved?
Yeah.
Yeah. Took him out finally. I think I'd take a little sense of pride in that.
Yeah? A little sense of pride. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd be
But
embarrassed if it was a dude.
this is where he needs rest assured.
Rest assured. That's my disposal service.
Right. They come in, they clean up the house, put him in his American flag gi.
Rudy, as much as you wouldn't want this, you'd still get like a good 8 minutes of comedy out of it.
Oh, yeah,
And
for
so
sure.
for that reason,
Yeah.
you'd have to.
Yeah.
You'd have to agree.
I was looking at some of the prices on here. This gal she is undercutting the market. My goodness. Now this particular...
She's undercutting it?
Yeah. So
what are her prices?
So this particular encounter, Dale paid $11,000 for this. There are people in Vegas that I know of that come to Vegas regularly, and it's not, uncommon to get a $30,000 a night prostitute.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah. There was a place that we stayed at in Phoenix. I was chatting with some of the guys at the hotel. There was a woman who showed up in an Uber who then got together with another guy. You could tell they just met for the first time.
Right.
She was just a stunning knockout. The whole lobby was just looking at this lady. And I asked the guys there, I'm like, is that commonplace? He's like, oh yeah, dude, like those guys make 20 grand, 25 grand a night. No problem.
I gotta say this. I'd like to judge, but being a hot chick is a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Absolutely.
And I was never a good student, and I went and did backbreaking labor, dirty, dangerous, sort of semi-humiliating work where it's like some fucking guys just yelling at you all day. Good time holding up $1. Let's go, Corolla. Come on now. This ain't Leisure World, son.
Yeah.
I don't know, if I was just really hot and could just fuck and make as much as I made, I mean, we'd have to adjust for inflation, but
of course.
Working a 50-hour week, fucking digging ditches versus twice a month and coming home with the same pay, I'm not judging.
Yeah.
I would have done it.
Yeah, I had a little bit of power back in the day with working in radio when I was doing afternoons in 93X in Minneapolis, that people would call and go, hey man, can you get me backstage passes? For the dudes, I would always go, yeah, it depends on who it is or whatever, I'll try to hook you up. Anytime a good-looking girl would go, hey, can you get me a backstage pass? I would go, you are the backstage pass.
Right.
You are the backstage. Why do you don't need me? Why do you need me?
Yeah, so
walk around the back of the Target Center, they'll let you in.
I had a hot girlfriend once as a stripper, and it was kind of flash dancey stripper, wasn't today's stripper, but I told you, I was like, you gotta get a regular job, you can't be a stripper. And she got like a regular job as like a receptionist. She made half the money, she had half the fun, she had to fucking get up every morning and go somewhere. She was like miserable.
Yeah.
And she'd have dudes buying her drinks and taking cash home every night and all that kind of stuff, and it's like, kind of hard to tell a really hot chick you should be working behind a desk in a cubicle making no money.
Yeah. Now, this stripper girlfriend of yours, because there's one of two things. It's either the gal really is working her way through college and just trying to save a few bucks, or there is, hey, I don't want to get a job. I'd rather do drugs and hang out with my friends and stay up all night and drink. Which of those two did your girlfriend fall in? Because I dated a stripper who fell in the I'm doing drugs and robbing people category.
She was like nice, kind of had a sense of humor, not an alcoholic or drug addict, This place is a mild, it's almost like a bikini bar kind of place.
Sure.
It wasn't
Topless only.
Yeah, and the third dance, or like the third song, whatever. It was the end of the third song. It was topless. Like, it was really mild. Pool tables and stuff. I think it was just a way to fucking make good cash and not have to work that hard.
Yeah.
And not have to, get up every morning and be somewhere. I mean, it's basically what me or any one of my friends would have fucking done if they paid us to get in our underpants. I know.
See, yeah, you got it easy. The girl that I dated who was a stripper, I was doing morning radio at the time and woke up 3:30 in the morning. Woke up and I walked out into my living room and she was standing there. There was a TV. This is back in the day when it was like a big tube TV, like a 32-inch tube TV. And I go, "What is that?" She goes, "TV." I said, "I see that. Where did it come from?" The girl's house. Okay, why did it come from her house? She owed me money.
Wow.
So he just went to her house and stole her TV. She goes, "Yeah." I said, "You got to get that out of here. You just got to go because what's going to happen is the cops are going to come. And it's not going to be insane stripper who's addicted to drugs, steals TV. It's going to be morning radio personality busted with stolen property."
That's
I said,
right.
"I'm going to work. I'm coming home at noon. I want that TV out of here." I came back to my apartment and I could hear a TV on upstairs. I walk into the hallway and my old roommate Travis is watching that TV on his dresser, and I go, "Hey, where'd you get the TV from, man?" He goes, "Oh, Stephanie sold it to me for $75."
Wow.
Thanks, man. Damn it.
Yeah, my stripper was kind of normal. She's from England. She moved back to England. Became a therapist
Wow,
or something.
really? You got
Yeah.
a stripper with an accent? Good for you, Ace.
English accent, the
Yeah,
best.
absolutely.
The best. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw any of the videos rolling around. Is it Gridlock?
By the way, I don't know if you think this is weird, but I thought it was fun. She had a good sense of humor, and all the strippers, and there were like, I don't know, 7 of them, they all had a glam picture of themselves that were on the front of the DJ booth.
Oh, sure.
Like, I guess it's a little tradition, it's them holding a towel in front of their titties or wearing just the bottoms and covering their titties with their hands, and their hair's all 80s and done up and stuff, and so they all the chicks who worked there all had their glam sort of
shots thing.
I guess it would be like the picture that was in a men's magazine from the 90s or something, that kind of thing. It's like my girlfriend had a picture of herself in the 4th grade. Just sitting there like in a schoolgirl dress, just looking like you take a shot of yourself in the 4th grade. And she only did it because it was funny.
That's great.
Because they went, "We need a picture of you, put on the DJ booth," and they all got their fucking titty modeling shot over there, and she got a picture of her in the 4th grade.
The line was out the door.
It made me laugh. It was funny.
That's great. You ever heard that old David Cross bit about the porn star who was selling 8x10s of her butthole?
No.
She was at like a porn conventions signing them, and then he talked about the process of picking out which picture to use. Because they got different shots, and she's holding them up going, "Does this one make you look sad?" It's a good bit. Well, as if gridlock and potholes in the city weren't bad enough, people who live in Los Angeles are now dodging projectiles. A group of golf content creators who film themselves launching golf balls at high speeds directly into traffic. These guys go by the handle "Everywhere We Play Golf," and here's a compilation of these guys firing golf balls into traffic in Los Angeles.
Well, if you launch into traffic, you're gonna hit something.
Yeah.
Right. And then a golf ball will break a window.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Definitely put a dent in the side of a
For sure.
car. So this is them just going everywhere and hitting golf balls.
Yeah, there's downtown. That's kind of next to the Disney. What is that called? Like the Disney Theater, the Disney Auditorium. Disney,
There's a Symphony Hall. Yeah.
SoFi Stadium. Those guys were at just a second ago. This is downtown as well.
This is basically LA's version of white guy crime. That was all we got from the white department.
Yeah.
Like hit a bucket of balls.
Yeah, we're not good at
the
graffiti.
SoFi Stadium.
But we can swing a 9-iron.
We don't do the street takeover shit so well
Yeah.
and pull the copper out of the street lamps, but we can definitely hit a hit a pitching wedge at
Oncoming
the
traffic.
forum. Yeah. Now, to be fair to these guys, I'm not seeing them hitting it at cars or at traffic, which is definitely could get you into trouble. I know there's a guy who was arrested for throwing water balloons at cars. Call it a miss.
Yeah.
Call it a miss.
Well, like I say, there's one. I mean, the streets are a little empty there, but there are videos of those guys.
It's pretty bad. Look, if you just pull up by the side of 405 and run down and start hitting them on with the thing, although I do think you'll probably get arrested for that. I'm not seeing the hit into traffic, so I don't think of it as malicious. And I used to do the wrist rocket walnut thing too. We talked about as well.
So much fun. Let me ask you: Can you name off the current? I don't know what you want to call it. The iteration of the LGBTQ. Can you name off every letter and number that's involved with this thing?
No. One of my favorite clips was Justin Trudeau fucking it up.
Yeah.
I love it when the woke get bit by their own snake.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't know what the color stands for. I don't know what the flags fucking mean. I'm a conscientious objector. You guys go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in your bullshit and your sexuality and you spreading it like some kind of fucking disease to every school-age kid. I don't give a fuck. I'm not proud of you. You shouldn't be proud of yourself. You fuck whoever you want. I don't give a shit. Now shut up about it.
Yeah. Well, the reason why we bring it up is because a gay commentator did the same thing, didn't know all of these letters and numbers that are associated with it, and Michael Knowles from the Daily Wire had to point out what two-spirit means.
Oh, well, by the way, if you're going to add a letter every 2 years and the letters are now into the low teens, then yes, people are going to fuck them up. Just like if you're going to change whatever you call Negro or African American or person of color, if you're going to change that shit every 4 years, people are going to fuck it up.
All right, hang on, I gotta run to the bathroom.
That's the way the human mind works.
Sure.
But go ahead.
It's LGBTQ+.
No, it's LGBTQIA2SL+.
Right, sure.
What
Well,
does any of that mean?
are you now going to test me on what that is?
Yeah. Because I've no idea.
That's amazing.
You know, two means two-spirit.
That's
I
right.
heard
it does.
that one.
Yes, two.
It's
means
a
two.
modern Indian thing.
QIA, what's that about?
Queer or questioning, and then also intersex, asexual.
Okay, and then two-spirit.
Yeah, two-spirit.
Yeah. What's that?
Hold on a second.
I think that
How does Q mean queer or questioning? Like, shouldn't we know what it fucking stands for? Like, what I mean is like a BLT is a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich, but you don't go, what's the T stand for? Could be tomato, could be termite. No, it's
bacon, lettuce, termite sandwich.
It's a thing. It stands for something. Why don't you fucking queers know what the Q's for?
Yeah, you can't have queer and questioning. Like I heard somebody say the other day.
You could do two Q's.
Sure.
But you can't take a Q and dual use the Q. The Q doesn't platoon. It's got, thank you, baseball reference guy. The Q is there for one, and then you could have another Q.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because I heard somebody say the other day, to all my sober and sober curious people. Well, sober curious, that means you're still drunk. You're not sober.
LL Cool J is not L Cool J. It's LL Cool J because it's ladies love Cool J. But it's not, we will just use the one L because that could work for ladies or love.
I thought it was Lager Lumber. No, not
Lager Lumber.
Okay.
It is ladies love Cool J, but we have two L's because they're for different things that start with L.
Yeah.
And you've got to do the same thing with curious and queer.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Or I'll just add Johnny Quest onto that thing.
Yeah, the J is Jack and Jerk.
That's right.
They fucked it up.
All right, let's hear it again. Sorry.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think that is a American.
Canadian.
I actually, to be honest, I don't know. But listen,
we're celebrating something. You've no idea what you're celebrating.
In the interest of pride, I'll tell you what it is.
Oh, great.
They say that two-spirit was this ancient Native American sexual identity. But it's not actually. It was invented in 1990.
How does Michael Knowles know this and you don't?
Because
when people talk about things like two-spirit, whatever, and I start to say, well, I can identify as whatever I want, and I do the old, okay, I want to be a two-spirit penguin, and then you all go, well, that's ridiculous. But here are you supporting a month, celebrating a series of terminology which you don't even know what some of it means.
As a gay man, I'm supporting anyone in the LGBTQ plus community.
Why would you exclude
I'm not
the
excluding
two-spirit?
anyone, Piers. You're
Why are you excluding the two-spirit?
You're trying to like cancel me within my own community.
No, I think there'll be a shock. They will be as shocked as I am.
The reason
you can't describe what the two-spirit
I think in the UK we don't have two-spirit, so I'm not completely across that. And I don't.
Would you like to apologise to the two-spirit community?
Would you like to apologise to the two-spirit community?
Why?
Because
he supports them. He's including them.
Right, great.
I've included them. You haven't.
Yeah.
All right. They can't keep their own bullshit straight, with their fucking pronouns and their theys and their thems. And I also like when they go back, they go, they do animals. There are many animals that are gay. That's awesome.
Great.
And then they go back, they'll go in Roman days, there was a small group of guys who fucked horses. It's like, yeah, okay. I guess we always had weirdos. Was that what you're saying?
They were the H in LGBTQ H2 plus.
Got to get another Q in there. All right. This Saturday, Santa Ana, California. Be at the Jordan Family Classic Cars there with the K-Rock series. You can check that out. Also, Saturday the 27th, after that, Carson City going to the Nugget there. You're going to Pro.com for all the live shows. What do you got there, Rudy?
All right, give me a second.
At Looney's in Colorado
I don't even know if my microphone's on anymore.
17th and 18th, headlining 4 shows. Go to RudyPilotComedy.com.
It is. All right.
So, till next time, down for Rudy, for Flash Shelton, saying mahalo.
The average American would feel somewhat better giving up booze, cigarettes. They'd feel 1,000 times better giving up the news for a week. And that is so true, because my colleagues, and I used to do it, we will get more clicks if we scare you. And it's horrible what we do.
Look at what the media did with COVID, and look what they did vis-a-vis children. So they convinced all the moms that this thing was dangerous to children. And then the moms freaked out the kids, and then they closed the schools down, and they closed the playgrounds down, and they forced these kids to mask. And, my daughter bought into it, hook, line, and sinker. I of course, didn't. I never did, but I tried to tell her. But the media had essentially convinced her that this thing was coming for her. And I talked to her about it the other day, and she said she was screwed up. Like, there is some PTSD because the media convinced us and moms that this was coming for kids. You can't go full pandemic lockdown if you say this is killing old people, fat people, and sick people. You have to include the kids. And that's why we needed to shut the schools down. There is no, imagine you're doing a movie about a pandemic and it only kills the elderly. That doesn't sound like much of a thriller to me. You have to scare the kids. So the media used the kids, and they would say things like, well, it's, kids, the danger of mortality of COVID is slightly less than the elderly, or they'd use words like a little less or something. They wouldn't say dramatically, statistically, insanely less. Like, it really doesn't do anything to kids. People argue with me about this.
All right, I'm back.
You show me how many kids died who did not have a pre-existing condition. That's the number I want from the media. They never gave it out. Day one, I was on to them 2 weeks in to listen to my podcast.
Did it kill him? I guess so. One whack to the forehead, huh? What a wuss.
And I immediately got suspicious.
All right, I gotta hang out here for an hour.
And for saying this, you get trashed by people who've been your friends. Howard Stern to Jimmy Kimmel.
He's making fun of people for taking COVID seriously.
First off, what does seriously mean? You know how many people said to me, I did everything right and I still got it? Well, what does that mean? You did everything right and you got it. I did everything wrong and I didn't get it.
We should wring our hands and worry more. I guess, according to that. And these are your friends. Jimmy Kimmel.
Adam doesn't believe in shampoo or soap. He doesn't believe in microbes. Yes, it's disturbing.
That is true. I've never been a germ guy. I always believe that you're hurting your immune system if you wiping everything down with Purell is not good for your immune system. I've always believed that. I'm not allergic to anything and I never get sick. But I notice everyone around me is allergic to everything and has a bad stomach.
All right, so you take these criticisms as jokes, but one sounded more serious. David Alan Grier told Stern, "You're no longer best friends because you're now a right-wing troll."
Adam and I were like Adam Carolla. Not anymore. What happened? Well, he's a right-wing troll now.
Yeah, well, David Alan Grier's nuts. I don't think people know that about David Alan Grier. I've been so generous and so kind and had such a great friendship with David Alan Grier. He's insane. These people...
Oh, God damn it.
They had
All right.
8 years of Obama, and then they lost an election, and they got Trump, and they all had a fit about it. Well, that's how politics works. Your side wins sometimes, the other side wins sometimes. They couldn't take the idea that Trump got voted in, and they went nuts. I mean, at least David did. But David's nuts anyway. People should know. I don't care. Listen, I was dear friends with David Alan Grier. He essentially called me a racist based on being nothing but kind and generous to that man for 20 years. He decided that. And people go, do you feel bad about that? And I go, well, I miss having a beer with David Alan Grier, but I don't feel bad about it. That's his decision. He lied. That's his decision.
So what's this political hatred about? It's nothing new. I mean, you're friends with Sarah Silverman.
I did a show with her last night.
But it's rare that someone appears on Fox, does too much, pretending to fight.
Well, I think people are intellectually honest. Some people have a dignity. Some people have character, and then others just get caught up in this wave. And they're mostly narcissists. I think it's a narcissistic thing, but I can't account for it other than I have not changed any of my views in 25 years of broadcasting. I feel the exact same. You ask me the subject, I'll give you my view, and it's not changed in 25 years. The world has changed around me, but Joe Biden used to want a fence at the border. Now he doesn't want a fence at the border. That's how politicians work. I've never changed any of my views, and you can view me any way you want, but go back and check the record.
This is from left field, but just because I've been listening to your podcast, you talked with Bill Maher about how when we grew up, we were scared of our kids' I was scared of his mother too. And we were careful around them. And now, what happens?
Well, we were scared of our friends' fathers, just to be clear.
Oh, I thought I said that, sir.
Yeah, no, you did a slightly different version of it, but I think everyone knew what you meant. Which is, yeah, I was scared to death of Mr. Bendig and Mr. Lewis, and these were all scary guys. I would never be caught in their kitchen with my nose in their pantry when those guys came home from work, and I came home a year ago when I was walking in, my one friends went roller skating past me in my entry, and just said, you know, hey, Mr. C, and blew right past me on roller skates. Now you could imagine you trying that when you were 11.
And because of the way parents raise kids. But I would argue it's because parents used to introduce kids to the world, tell them about things. Now our 10-year-olds tell us how to operate our cell phones. No wonder they respect us less.
Yeah, and being old is a bad thing, and wisdom means you're old, so why have wisdom? Why not just, know in your heart of hearts what's going on? And it's kind of a war on old, and that's what got us where we are today.
Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you, John. I appreciate it.
I may be old, but I'm still putting out a new video every Tuesday. subscribe to see the next one.
Trader Joe's is
Recently, I produced 2 short videos with Mike Rowe, former host of the TV show Dirty Jobs. But Rowe has more thoughtful things to say about pandemic restrictions, the nature of work, and the push to forgive student loans. Here's our full interview, starting with that demand for student loan forgiveness.
A funny word, forgiveness. You know, back to the Bible. Sure, I'll forgive them. But why do I have
Sorry
to pay
for
them
my.
back?
Wow. I
I
didn't
mean,
think you
we
had
all
it
make
in you.
mistakes.
Good
They're
job.
in trouble, he says.
They're having to make choices between paying their student loan and paying their rent.
Hey, that
I know
stuff. Need a
guys
little fix me up?
who worked hard to get a construction operation up and running. And those guys right now are struggling like everybody else. And some of those guys have $40,000 and $50,000 automobiles that they had to finance in order to make their business work. They had to take out a loan on a big old diesel truck. Now, why shouldn't we take care of the loan on that truck if we're going to
That was a
take
good
care
deal.
of a loan
Trust me, I'm a
for
doctor.
a degree? Both are tools that we tell the individual they should go ahead and invest in order to make a go of their chosen vocation. But why would we forgive the cost of a degree and not the cost of a lease payment if the tool in question is equally vital to the job at hand? It just makes no sense. The reason for this is because we've got a big, thick thumb on the scale. And for some reason, we think a tool that looks like a diploma is more laudable, more aspirational, somehow more important than that big piece of metal out in the driveway that allows the guy in my example to not only keep his family fed, but to build the homes that you and I are sitting in right now. It's a value judgment on the one hand. It's not about forgiving anything. And there's also the moral argument. I'm sorry, I get it. Everybody who's behind the 8 ball in some way, shape, or form.
Where? Oh, god damn it, I hate these. I'm gonna look around. Alright?
If you're going to
Look, there's no zombies. As soon as I get in here and start working, one's gonna show up. It's like, see? Look, I barely even got a chance.
I'm curious to know, how is college ever going to become more affordable if we simply pay off the debts? I mean, the cost of a 4-year degree has increased faster over the last 30 years than any other valuable thing in the history of our country. Faster than food, faster than energy, faster than real estate, faster even than healthcare. The cost of a 4-year degree has risen exponentially. And I think part of the reason that's happened is because we've put such pressure on kids to borrow such vast amounts. And when you do that, it just seems obvious that the universities would be able to charge as much as they want. And not necessarily for an education, maybe it's for a stadium, or maybe it's for a better student union or a better restaurant. I don't know. I just know that if that cost is ultimately going to be borne by people who didn't send their kids there, or didn't attend
You said, why would that be? Why would you forgive the college loan but not the loan of the guy running the construction business? I imagine it's because the guys who talk better. They participate in the public debate. The people who run the construction business are less likely to do that. And we have the bites on TV. They're articulate.
No
a
stim
single
packs.
mother who owes $200,000 in student loans.
I am here to fight, no matter how long it takes, for full debt cancellation and an education system that treats us with dignity and as equals. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am seeking justice. The only
Well, you just
justice
brightened my
for
day.
debt
I'm
cancellation.
glad I could help you.
When people say it that way, it's persuasive.
Is it? It struck me as kind of self-involved, kind of myopic. Like,
Top tier treatment's ready.
if that's persuasive, why stop with forgiving my debts? Why not start sending me money beyond that? I mean, I just don't know how the argument goes. Look, I get it. There's the snowflake culture, right? And we read about it all of the time. And the millennials and the snowflakes, they're a fun and easy target with their safe spaces and all of these other things that have led to a whole series of expectations that ultimately result in a woman like that saying a thing like that. That kind of expectation, that kind of entitlement is an extraordinary shift from where we were 40 or 50 years ago. But where'd the snowflakes come from? You know, we're the clouds from which the snowflakes fell. And part of this flows back on us, Boomer, right?
Why? What did we do?
We watched it. We watched it happen. We let shop class be slowly arbitraged out of high schools. We let the myths and misperceptions and stigmas and stereotypes that make people sneer at careers in heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric. We let that happen. I'm old enough to remember in 1978, the push for college was extraordinary. We needed back in the 60s and 70s, we needed more people going into higher education. We needed more advanced degrees. College needed a push, and it got one. Unfortunately,
I hope you come back and see me
the push
sometime.
for college came at the
How about you give me a
expense of
quest?
every other form of education. And so
You look like the
we wound up
trustworthy
trying
type.
to make a more
I had a
persuasive case
good
for a
feeling
university
about
experience
you.
by telling
Good
people
luck.
if they didn't do that, they'd wind up turning a wrench for the rest of their life or some other godforsaken vocational consolation prize. It wasn't long after that before shop class was taken out of high school. And of course, we didn't just take it out overnight. First thing we did was look at the vocational arts, which is what we used to call it. We took the art out of it. And that just left vocation, which isn't terribly sexy. And then we knocked vocation down to VOTEC. And then VOTEC became some acronym, and then it turned into shop. And then we walked it out back behind the barn and shot. That's how we got shop class out of high school. And ever since, we have denied millions of kids an opportunity to just see, to optically experience what work looks like, what half the workforce actually looks like. That's where the stigmas and the stereotypes and the myths and the misperceptions began to take hold, where all of these jobs became stuff that other people's kids did. And once we lost the enthusiasm for that kind of work, everything else, not to oversimplify it, but most everything else followed suit. You've got $1.7 trillion in student loans, and you've got a skills gap of over 7 million good jobs that don't require a 4-year degree, and you got a government that's still lending money we don't have. Kids are never going to be able to pay it back. And training for jobs don't really exist. We've got to get away from that tautology, I think, before we just start writing checks.
You talk about a skills gap, and many companies say there is one. Also, businesses say they can't find people to work, and they'll train them. The help wanted ads are full. Nobody applies for work in restaurants, say.
The first obstacles we run into when we try and shrink the skills gap vis-a-vis will and enthusiasm, we run into stigmas and stereotypes and myths and misperceptions, and a long list of ideas and notions that keep kids, in many cases, from exploring opportunities that don't require mastery. We have to confront those things. We have to make a more persuasive case for the six-figure welder, which is not a myth. He and she, they're real. We've trained nearly 1,200 of them through my foundation. We've got to get them out there as better examples of what can happen to a person who takes the time to learn a skill that's in demand. And then, forgive me, I know it sounds like old ratio algebra stuff, but applies themselves. there are millions of instances where the mastery of a skill has led to something that looks an awful lot like prosperity. We have to do a better job of telling those stories, in my view. We also have to be mindful that when we talk about a skill today, what immediately happens is my buddies look at that and say, well, the problem is you got a lazy team in the species. You simply don't take the time to master the skill. My buddies on the left will say, well, there is no such thing as a skills gap. All the greedy, rapacious employers need to do is write a bigger check, and the supply and the demand will sort itself out. Both of these things miss the point if you look at it through the lens of will as well as skill. There's a larger problem that's keeping people out of these jobs, and it has nothing to do with money.
My foundation is giving away $1 million to people who want to learn a skill and master a trade. Does that sound like you?
What does it cost to train that welder?
Not much. A welding certificate, depending on where you get it, can be a few thousand, up to $8,000 or $9,000. More expensive if you want to work on big machinery. My foundation isn't there to write a blank check. We offer work ethic scholarships because to my knowledge nobody else does. There are lots of scholarships for academic achievement, or athletic achievement, or artistic achievement. We wanted to do something that looked like the Dirty Jobs program I worked on for years. And we wanted to find a kid who was willing to show up early, stay late, make a persuasive case for himself, and so forth, or herself. Of the 1,200 or so people we've helped, that's about maybe $5-6 million we've awarded over the years. But very rarely has anybody gotten a full ride. I look for people who already have some skin in the game, who are maybe halfway through their process and have run into a struggle. And I want people that I can follow up with, John. This is the thing. The first 5-6 years that I did this, I didn't have any... I didn't have any evidence other than the anecdotal evidence I saw on Dirty Jobs and in my own life. But now that I can circle back, 13 years into this thing, and find somebody who got well into it, and some of those people now are making six figures welding in a nuclear power plant, but others picked up a plumbing certificate and went off to get a heating and air conditioning thing, followed by an electrical contracting certification, and now they've got 4 or 5 vans, and they've employed 8 or 9 people. They've got mechanical contracting businesses. This happens all the time, and nobody really, in my view, has made a great case for the path that you take when you're in the skilled trades that so often leads to a small business and a thriving one at that.
It sounds great just becoming the welder. A couple $1,000s of training can bring you close to a $100,000 a year job?
Think about your own career in broadcasting. It's not too dissimilar from mine. When we went to college, I got a 4-year degree, liberal arts education, served me well, cost me about $8,000. Today, the same thing is about 90. But I approached my business, and I don't know you, but from what I've seen of you, it seems like you did the same thing. You're a jobber. You're a tradesman. And the toolbox might be different than that of a welder, but we do it in this world. And
Mother... What the fuck? Oh.
And then we embrace it.
God damn it.
Kind of freelancing. I'm not sure why, but you work.
Fucking stamina. God damn it.
Have a corner on that kind of headspace, and it's a very valuable headspace. The freelancing space, the willingness to go to where the work is something else my foundation always looks for. Because it's not just a case now where the expectations of many college graduates
because of the fucking ceiling.
Getting the job of their dreams. They want
fat ass crashed through the ceiling, and now I'm poisoned.
In the zip code where they happen to live.
More reluctant to do that now.
Can you go to where the other are? That's it. It's a real stumbling block, and I make light of it. Everybody I know is really prospered in the trades. has moved a couple of times. If you can't pivot, great better. And I have to hit the reset button. But we're going to have a hell of a choice. Goes in the field, you need to think about the reset button. You need to think about maybe not starting quickly, but at least clearing the slate. You have to be open to it. Investigate it now. See what's out there. Welding really is a thing. I know a lot of six-figure welders. Maybe that's not for you. Maybe it's heating, air conditioning, electric. There's so many areas in the construction trades. People are going to be craving you if you take the steps now to get prepared for that. I hate to sound like somebody's angry neighbor out on the porch, but what the hell? I mean, how do we get to California in the first place? How do we get across the country? The whole notion of spending your 20s and maybe into your 30s of going to where the opportunity is and following those opportunities as opposed to simply following your passion or your dream. That's a teachable thing. And we don't teach it the way we used to. But to me, the scariest divide in the country right now is between the people who are convinced that opportunity exists and those who are convinced that it doesn't. That has to change. And so that's what I'm focused on right now, just making a more persuasive case for the overall existence of millions of good jobs that for whatever reason have been largely ignored for the last 40 years. I just talked to a guy the other day, 29 years old, went to our program back about 8 years ago, no debt, $180,000 a year, working on big equipment up on the high plains in North Dakota. Second kid's on the way, bought an F-250 in cash. This kid ought to be on a billboard as an example of what you can do without taking 80 grand of college debt and spending the first 20 years of your career figuring out.
People saying everybody should go to college. And Michelle Obama did a rap where one line is,
this is the cookie cutter advice I'm talking about. Never in the history of the world has a politician dispensed a single bit of advice that applied equally to everybody who was listening. Now, I don't blame her on the one hand. Politicians, they can address the needs of the individual. They have to connect with the fat part of the bat, right? They have to say the thing that they think is going to resonate with the most people. So maybe she truly believes that most people really should go to college. Now, to say that everybody, she doesn't know who's listening to her. She has no idea. I know that there are millions of people who should not go to college simply because they could. And whenever I say that, the pushback is intense because it sounds like an anti-education thing to say, but it's not. I'm not anti-education. My foundation, we're very, very clear. If you don't have an education, you have no hope. But the idea that the best path for the most people is somehow the most expensive path? Well, come on, follow the money. That's just crazy. How can the best path for the most people be the most expensive path? Or look at it another way. And let's assume she could flick her fingers and everybody did go to college. They borrowed whatever it took. They signed on the dotted line. And now everybody is armed with a degree. What in the world is special about that? What kind of world is that where everybody dreams of being in the corner office, but nobody knows how to build the corner office? Our workforce,
get out of my plants! I'm gonna kick your little calico ass.
I don't know how many lawyers we need, how many accountants, how many welders, but I do know that we need a smattering of all of it. And the idea that the kid I described earlier is making 180 grand a year, loving life, 2 kids, no debt. That guy went straight from high school, straight through a certification program and to work. And he's balanced and he's smart and he's happy. And he also has something that you and I didn't have when we were in school. He's got this thing, right? He has access to 98% of all the known information in the world at his fingertips. I sat here 2 weeks ago and watched a lecture at MIT on my laptop for free. It was great, for free. I'm not comparing the college experience to sitting in my office watching lectures, but I am a little because the content's basically the same. And if you have a curious mind and a welding certificate, well, there's no reason in the world not to assume you're not going to be educated and balanced and engaged in all things. I will send you a video of Chloe Hudson. I just did a graduation speech for all trade schools because they all invited me and I couldn't get to all of them, so I sat here and I did one. Chloe went through our foundation 3 or 4 years ago. She wanted to be a plastic surgeon. She crunched the numbers and was looking at a $400,000 debt by the time the dust settled. And she got cold feet at the last minute and decided, I'm going to weld. I'm going to learn to weld. She learned to weld. 4 years later now, she's up in New England somewhere. Same basic story, $130,000 a year, no debt, loves it.
Politicians talk about work like it's something you have to do, but it's more than a paycheck.
We've gone down a very we've talked a lot about education, what happens when you deem
I heard you. Where you at?
of education higher, right? In a de facto way, everything else becomes lower or alternative. The same thing and it's difficult for me to articulate because every job, granddaddy of essential work.
Name's Mike Rowe, and this.
Yeah, Buddy's on the floor. He likes laying on the floor in the hot weather.
My message has surprised a lot of people because I think that the dignity you're talking about is not limited to sexuality, if that's a word. We all need to feel that we move the needle in our chosen field. I don't care if
Oh, is he?
or a
Oh, yeah, he is.
doesn't matter.
I saw him hop down on the floor a little while ago. I thought he just went to sleep on the floor.
And that's what's been
God damn it. I keep forgetting I don't have bullets for that gun.
accidentally and rhetorically called 40 million people non-essential. And then we shut him down. We told him to sit quietly and wait for the officer.
I made a little spot for her to sit in the window. She's sitting in the window looking outside.
The dignity, it's hollowed out the will. It's hollowed out.
I just yelled at her because she was climbing in my house plants, which reminds me I got to get outside,
With our phraseology.
which I'll do later today.
From the beginning, it's not just about the money. Our identities are wrapped up in our work. Call somebody's work non-essential, you might as well call them the same.
You've been critical of some of the shutdowns. Now, COVID is diminishing.
I wrote a lot about what happens when a safety first.
It's going pretty good.
Is taken literally, and this is something
I got way too
could
much
talk
crap
about
on
for
me.
Hours, but on Dirty Jobs, we had an expression that we used to say "safety third." It was our way of reminding each other to be careful, but it was also a way to remind ourselves that the unintended consequence of a safety-first culture, especially on the job, will oftentimes lead to complacency. When somebody else tells you over and over and over, again and again and again, that they care more about your well-being than you do, then you eventually take your eye off the ball. And this happens to my crew on Dirty Jobs. You know, we shot 300 episodes, and after the first 100, we had sat through dozens of mandatory safety meetings. And the first couple seasons were interesting. Nobody got hurt, but by season 3, everything went wrong. Broken fingers, nothing serious, thankfully, but concussions and stitches and sprains and contusions, and I singed my eyelashes off in a blast furnace one day. And so we started saying safety third. In fact, you laugh at this, I actually put it on a face mask, one of these gaiters, and we've been selling these. Don't worry, I'm not going to turn this into a commercial, but for years, you know, safety third was the thing.
What is this? Why do I?
And now all of a sudden, it's struck.
I had a bunch of coal on me. Oh, I took it off, and that's what happened. All right, never mind. Never mind.
In the early days of COVID, when people were desperate to be in compliance.
What about it?
But not necessarily.
That was Monday.
So I thought
I just took him out. We went out for, had a couple steaks, had a couple beers. Yesterday, me and him went out and bought shirts and ties for my nephew's wedding that's coming up.
Something else. So, yeah, that's a long way of saying I shut down for a couple of weeks. Take safety first as a thing for a couple of weeks, and then take the temperature. You know, figure out what's going on. But you can't sustain that forever. And if you try, back to the unintended consequences of shutting down an economy and deeming certain workers essential while others aren't. You can't.
All right, hang on.
Essential without implicitly suggesting that half the workforce is non-essential.
I want to change my video anyway.
And why the heck are you essential?
I'm at 48 average viewers right now, which I've been streaming for 2 hours. It's not as good as yesterday, but it still ain't that bad.
Lock in, boys and girls. This one is gonna get really dark. Happy 250 years of United States of America. God bless our republic. The war is coming to a close. Lots of people incredibly mad that Donald Trump is doing an extended ceasefire, which is what this quote-unquote peace deal actually is. Everyone thinks it's a period. In which case, we decide each other to be everyone doesn't know what's going on. The actual transcript of the deal wasn't released.
White River Supplies or where?
Yet we're seeing panicking, losing their minds everywhere. One thing I am
Oh, right here. Cool. Oh, god damn it. Getting rid of the coffee.
And you, if you're watching the News Network, alright, Blue Jew News, definitely subscribe. Thanks to doing a really interesting.
Where's my motorcycle? A motorcycle. It's on the, of course it's on the far side of the building. Why would it be near? In a useful place. Wow, look at all the zombies out here. What's going on? They having a union meeting? Might as well get the experience.
Surprisingly relevant. Let's go. Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press, freedom against unreasonable searches and seizures, etc., etc. Second Amendment. Reason to have a weapon. All because a whole bunch of good people, 250 years worth, sacrificed everything they had for this awesome wallpaper behind me. Know your rights. And for the love of Mike, don't ever give
What the hell is my bike? There it is.
Mike, and I approve this message. Great facts, Mr. Saul Goodman, sir. It's time to cook.
Let me run inside and catch my breath right quick.
The World Cup MECs have gotten together to discuss how glorious and orange the Donald is. As he is the main character of the world right now, it seems. That's just how it seems to go.
I haven't seen Hybrid Absolute yet. He hasn't come in. He's super late. He might break his consecutive streak. Well, he's tuned in to 230 consecutive streams. If he doesn't tune in today, he breaks that streak.
This is a massive
I was hoping he'd get to 250.
You are quite the
But
daring adventurer. Good job.
he's usually here, so he should be showing up soon. I still got faith in him.
Buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation and steering crowds towards a pre-staged.
Looking for some healing? Trader Joe's got you covered.
To storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat last Wednesday. They work with law enforcement across multiple states to stop it. Joining us now on the phone, former FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. Dan, thank you for getting on the air with us. What else can you tell us? This is quite a frightening and sobering discovery.
Well, notice the class warfare language amongst the plotters there that appears in this early stage.
Thanks for letting me take care of you. And be sure to tell your friends.
That is absolutely insane. You know, I think we take for granted that we're like, oh, we don't really have lots of enemies. We're a relatively civilized society.
Congratulations.
Trying to kill all the
I can make my payment to the Duke
One
now.
of the reasons why we say that is because so many of these attacks get thwarted, thank God. You know, it makes you wonder how many 9/11s would have happened since 9/11 if we just wouldn't have done anything about it. And of course, the absolute shit retards over here. How many of the 24 were working for the FBI, meaning 24 people worked together to kill the
Amazing. I hope you like your reward.
Why is it you doing this? Oh my God, that's why. Jesus Christ.
Well, that narrative's dead now because Israel wants the war to continue and Trump ended it. Maybe he lost because he calls everything a false flag and he also calls the president a pedophile, maybe? It's pretty bad, I would say. Now, again, once we actually started to get information about these killers, it was a whole mix of...
The thing I just took, it's a mod to make a scope.
This guy says, this is actually published. One video posted by Thomas, that's one of the terrorists, 4 days ago, parodies the Daily Show, criticizes Trump's decision to strike Iran. All right, so
I really don't have much of a choice here. I'm gonna do this because that'll. Oh my God! How much stuff are you gonna give me, lady?
Also, we posted videos from Tucker Carlson. It seems like these terrorists were actually in the more Tucker Carlson Islamic simpery.
I need someone who's, whoa, this is a dangerous one. Not to get radiated.
Alright, before I get too far in this, let me...
Again, that's a Shahed drone. Like, that's crazy.
It's over on this side.
I was thinking about this with like the Afghanistan, the Taliban, Pakistan fight that was taking place, and I was really thinking about this. You really don't need suicide bombing anymore, you know, because like the Taliban guys, like, oh, you have nuclear arms, but we have like suicide bombers that will just blow up your country with suicide bombers, and it's like you really don't need that anymore. You don't need that at all. You just fucking drop. You can purchase them from, you know, you can purchase them in the online marketplace. Like, China literally sells like explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put to a DJI drone that you can purchase like at virtually no significant.
This is a guy that knows a lot about terrorism, it seems.
Cost in comparison to like, you know, sophisticated equipment that you need to put together. So I guess like you kind of at that point you're doing that for the love of
Come on. I can't believe it takes.
Like clearly laid out the step for you. So it's really interesting that we have influencers on social media teaching people how to create drones to blow people up. We just had an attempted drone attack on the White House. It's pretty weird how that happened. Now back to the matter at hand. Donald stated Iran has agreed to develop a nuclear weapon. Also, the story that the U.S. is paying Iran $300 million is fake news put out by the Democrat President PKK. Obviously, he's not giving them money. We all know that's true, but yet once again, just like the whole Epstein file says, videos of Trump fucking children or whatever they're lying about. This is also complete lies. And I'll just give you an example. This is just from some retard Twitter account. Breaking: U.S. officials have confirmed in a briefing that Iran will get full access to $100 billion in frozen funds and $300 billion in reconstruction funds. Just a lie. It's not true. Mark
this conversation that that Ron wants a reparation fund. Okay, so first off, there will never be a dime of American money to be spent to do any reparations for Iran. Right? Then we're not. Republicans are not the party of Barack Obama that throws money like that.
Literally
By
true.
the way, is Iran going to go rebuild?
Literally true. And the people that celebrated the Obama deal, where he gave them billions of dollars, and now they're like, to give them billions of dollars. It's truly impressive. All right, Brian Ayers $300 billion. It's just not true. They are just actual false misinformation merchants, and that's how they operate. They use words to destroy truth, reality. It doesn't matter to these people. They think men can be women. Of course they're going to lie about it. You know, you got Trump actually addressing this at the G7 because it was such a pervasive lie.
It's a fair deal. It's a good deal. We are not investing any money over there, by the way.
I knew it.
Win someday, somebody wants to do something. We are not investing any money. We have no obligation to invest.
What are we doing? Now, we have an interesting update.
If you look at the beach, Bibi came to Washington and begged Obama not to make that deal. And Obama was on the side of Iran, not interested. He made the deal. That deal was a disaster.
So now, you have a lot of people criticizing Trump what Trump is doing here. It really seems like Trump is playing a whole game that a lot of people seem to not understand yet. And I'll tell you why.
I don't know what I just completed.
Multiple times already where I say Trump is saying he's doing a thing, but it's part of a strategy, and I've been proven correct. I think he's saying he's doing a thing, and it's part of a strategy. And we'll see if I'm correct. This so-called deal that everyone's crying about, A, it's not signed yet. It won't be signed until Friday. B, where essentially everyone can do their own shit. No one fires on each other.
Oh, for crying out loud.
And over those 60 days, they are supposed to come to terms with the actual take out all the Iran, for example, because ultimately that has always been the goal. The goal of America has been to decimate their Navy, decimate their Air Force, obliterate them to the point that they can't fund proxy armies across the world, and stop them from ever getting a nuclear weapon. This was literally the actual goals from the beginning. Regime change was never one of the goals of the United States of America. He actually followed through with the things he said, and I mean, ultimately, we will see what happens. My stance is generally, you can have a I actually personally think it's Obama did it. All right, they played around enough. I would say too much, and it's time for them to die. All right, that's my opinion. Obviously, a lot of people, including the Donald, disagree. But hey, I give the benefit of the doubt to actually see what happens. So, just to reiterate, we don't know what the deal actually says, and people are already crashing out. The deal wasn't signed, all right, so it literally doesn't exist yet. And C, and the most important, this is just a memorandum of understanding for a 60-day period, and if nothing gets figured out by then, we go back to bombing them. Right, so it is insane to me to watch people freak out, and it is counterproductive. Every single person, I've seen a lot of crash outs on like Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro and all these guys just crashing out over this. Holy shit, dude. Not only do you destroy your own cause by doing that, but we don't even freaking know anything yet.
I need polymers and armor crafting kit.
Unbelievable levels of like tomfoolery
Which
going on everywhere.
the polymers are probably easy to come across. The crafting kit I could probably buy here.
So hard to get elected is actually going to do things that you more or less like and that are beneficial for us, and also have faith in God that we can deal with these nuclear.
I might be able to make a crafting kit.
So we'll see what happens ultimately.
I cannot because I don't have armored parts.
Super important to address that Israel is still bombing the shit out of terrorists, and Lebanon is still bombing Israeli cities. Israel is intercepting them because, unlike inbred 85 IQ, retarded Hezbollah.
Congratulations.
Israel
I
has
can make
an
my
average
payment to the
IQ
Duke
of
now.
105.
I have one of those. The serrated blade is fucking stupid. Dude, you're giving me garbage here.
Jet, stim packs, and now Radex? No, you got the wrong store.
Minor war, Iran's the big one, but we have that little pinprick out there that constantly rears its head, and that's Hezbollah.
Yeah, Fuck 'em.
And, you
Time to
know,
kill them.
I
They
was
need to
very
die.
responsible to Syria, and the man that's running
I just
Syria
knew you'd find something
is
you
a
like.
person that I put there along with President Erdogan and some others.
Yeah, I don't like Jelani, the ISIS guy that's currently in
Well,
charge of
that
Syria.
didn't take
but-
long.
He's done
Nice
an
work.
amazing job of pulling it together. He's not a Boy Scout, but he's done an amazing job of pulling it together. And he is very good with Hezbollah. Does not like
I'll go with the food bundle.
And I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long.
Oh, you already got the special job, huh?
People are being killed.
This is the
And you
best
don't
way
have
to get
knock
dupes.
down an apartment
Do
house every
hurry.
time you look
I
at
have a
it.
protection payment coming up
Because there are
soon.
a lot of people in those apartment houses.
Oh, before I leave,
Feeling a little rough around the edges?
Apartment houses and evacuation requests before they bomb the apartment. I get what Trump is doing, though. Trump is honestly kind of a genius here. He wants to end things with Iran completely. Iran wants Hezbollah to survive. Trump wants Hezbollah to die. Trump, in my opinion, is trying to come up with a strategy where he can get Syria to take care of Hezbollah instead of Israel. Therefore, Iran can sign the peace deal with him. I think it's a little unrealistic, personally. I don't see Syria successfully dispatching Hezbollah. And ultimately, we don't have Trump telling Israel not to do it either. Israel is not beholden to this agreement. They didn't sign nothing. Hey, and if they want to keep bombing terrorists...
I think I can make a better tactical assault rifle.
Not only did they terrorize the Israelis and the Syrians, but they have terrorized the Lebanese people as well. They've massacred Lebanese Christians, like, by the thousands. All right, literally, fuck these people. And I'm really grateful that Israel is bombing the fuck out of them.
Thanks for the
Now,
business.
unfortunately, Secretary
Yeah, no
Rekt
problem.
Dawn to dusk, since, you know, we don't have clocks.
All right, see you never again.
not need Iran's permission to defend itself. The tether of terror must end. Again, I said from the get-go,
And
I
I
really think this could
gotta head south.
good cop, bad cop.
We're on a road to nowhere.
Israel deals with the Hezbollah problem on their lawn. And honestly, that's actually pretty fucking smart, depending on how this all wraps up, obviously. Now, the Donald states that Qatar will invest $19 trillion into the United States.
Thank you, Tim. Qatar's going to be investing much more than
I guess I really don't need to make the smoke mask.
over 18. It's going to be 19.
Because, you know what? I got polymers in here, I believe.
You know, we
I
said
do not.
There's never been anything like it. No country in history has had that kind of investment. We'll be having almost $19.1, $19.2 trillion invested in the United States. The record was 10 years ago from another country when it was hot. But we are the hottest country in the world right now. But Qatar's been a great investor.
Yeah, so Qatar.
Sip of coffee.
Remember when everyone said that, oh no, the war with Iran will make all of our, Arab nations in the Gulf hate us and stuff. Well, it seems like that's not the case to the point that they're investing $19.2 trillion. Now, my fear, obviously, with Qatari investment is that there's strings attached, all right? Like, they basically...
That ain't good. Storm warning. I gotta get out of this area. It doesn't tell me how long I have. I thought that bush was a bear for a second. Ooh, I can see pine trees. That's good. That's always a positive sign. Run out of air, clean air here at the same time the storm hits. Oh my god. When am I gonna make a left? I was afraid there was landmines around that place. What happened? Oh shit, I'm out of gas.
That's right, baby. And now, again, one of the most underrated clips of the day that no one is talking
It's a memorandum of understanding, and if I don't like it,
peace deal is intentional.
Gotta be like right here. There we go.
It's not a peace deal. It is a 60-day period where they can figure shit out and make a peace deal. And if that doesn't work,
back to shooting at them, dropping bombs in their head.
I want to look at the map.
If they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head.
That's right, baby.
Okay?
That's
Because
what's
they
gonna happen.
misbehaved for 47 years.
That's right, fuck them.
Hey,
But nobody could have made this deal.
that was uncalled for. That storm. Glad I got out of it. Oh, I did get a honey. Oh, damn it. I wasn't paying attention.
They're bought by Islam anyway. And also, they just want the Strait of Hormuz open. They don't give a shit about peace. They don't give a shit about the future. They don't give a shit about any of that. So their opinion actually means literally nothing to me. But look at Rubio squirming behind it. Because I think Rubio is definitely more my-minded when it comes to shit like this. I think he wants to obliterate these guys. I think he realizes they fucking suck and they need to die. Unconditional surrender or death.
Doing a lot of cutting through.
People in Israel saying, I can confirm that Israel
I want to get back to the main base as quick as possible. Oh, I want to get that airdrop.
9/11 for people that think Israel controls America. Right? They're not even seeing the deal or the memorandum. Right? A remarkable and highly unusual development between close allies and an issue of national security importance. Yeah, obviously, especially when we literally fought side by side with these guys. And of course, you have Shane Yilger, Turkish retard comments. He likes having sex with animals. I thought I mentioned. It's because we don't trust you. Oh really? Oh really? So on the one hand, we love Israel and Israel controls us. On the other hand, we don't trust Israel? Bro, that's actually insane. It's wild. Meanwhile, Iran has fired several drones for commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding, according to NBC News and the Jerusalem Post. So they are not standing by their shit. It seems like they're still pretty shattered on the inside in regards to who's actually in charge. Literally shock and horror. The Iranians do not eat their words. Much to the surprise of literally. You mean to tell me that the Islamic Republic of Iran lied? I can't believe it. And this is why I'm personally really not like worried. I have faith.
Damn it!
In God. All right. That the injustice that has been facing the actual Iranian people will die. All right, and I also have faith that that the Donald isn't just going to let this happen after he made all of his tweets saying, hey, you know, rise up, keep fighting and stuff, we got your back. Look, I'm telling you, I think something else is cooking out there, and I guess we have to wait 60 days to see if I'm right or if I'm delusional. I'm willing to take the L if, you know, all of a sudden we just leave and they control the strait and we don't dig out their uranium and shit. All right, we'll see what happens.
Oh.
But ultimately, I'm pretty confident that something big is happening. Tucker Carlson, of course, brings treat up.
Where is it? There it is.
Pro-American.
All right.
Literally a lobbyist for the Islamic Republic. Holy shit! It is insane that he does this every time. Literally fucking talking to Israel. It's wild watching this happen. Candace Owens, also probably a foreign operative. Via FOIA, we formally requested Cash Patel's travel itinerary for 3 days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination, and we heard back that we were told the burden of the request is too great. How is that? Wow, that's actually crazy. The burden is too great. Anyway, the FBI responded to Candace Owens. Dear Candace, please show us any documents that sent to you acknowledging your FOIA request where we said the burden of the request is too great. Your show, just like all the fake news media, will be called out with
Oh, hey, there's a trader right there. Cool. I don't have anything to drop off, but let's see what he's got for sale.
Share some beautiful news today. 230 male and female boxers graduated in Gaza. So that's actually fantastic news. I think that's the safest genocide ever. People grow up and
Here, smell my knife.
still calling it a genocide to this congratulations to all these victims of genocide over here. All right, no, I've never seen a Nazi glazed Palestine.
If you want some fancy good afternoon, you want something?
Met with the Grand Poobah because they had a very similar goal of killing Jews.
I want another one of these.
All right,
Another one of these.
exactly
Another one of these.
war leaves us. GDP per capita.
I can always use another one of these. And another one of these. I can always use these.
Around 69, 70,000. And he runs at 3,000. Literally a quarter of what it was, 35 years ago. It's just absolutely mind-boggling dominance going on over there. All right, and quite honestly, it's kind of wild watching retards.
Oh, I don't have any more money.
Oh, you want a guarantee, huh?
Should have bought the books
well,
first.
Maybe you should try Shamway.
All right, and a lot of people are talking about it because it rings so true even to today.
Nasi would like to close on this matter. I think everything that needs to be said about the details of this deal have already been said. I do want to be recorded.
This is talking about the original Iran deal with Bungus.
For history's purposes, before I know what is going to happen in regards to this if it goes through. Iran will immediately use the money that it's receiving in sanctions relief to begin to build up its conventional capabilities. It will establish the most dominant military power in the region outside of the United States, and it will raise the price of us operating in the region. They're going to build anti-access capabilities, rockets capable of destroying our aircraft carriers and ships.
They try doing that,
continue to build these swift boats that are able to come on us, these fast boats that are able to swarm our naval assets. And they'll make it harder and harder for U.S. troops to be in the region. They'll also work with other terrorist groups in the region to target American servicemen and women.
They did that.
And they may or may not deny that they're involved, but they will target us.
They
and
first
raise the
denied
price
it,
of
and then they said that we will only have peace if you also stop killing terrorists.
our presence in the Middle East until they hope to completely pull us out of that region. They'll also continue to build long-range missiles. Missiles capable of reaching the United States. Those are not affected by this deal.
They did not reach the United States, but they did have missiles that would reach every capital city in all of Europe, which they lied about, by the way. This was proven through this war.
And they'll continue to build them as they've been doing. And then at some point in the near future, when the time is right, they will build a nuclear weapon. And they will do so because at that point they will know that they have become immune. That we will no longer be able to strike their nuclear program because the price of doing so will be too high. This is not just a work of imagination. It exists in the world today. It's called North Korea, where a lunatic possesses dozens of nuclear weapons and a long-range rocket that can already reach the United States. And we cannot do anything about it.
That's right.
An attack on North Korea today would result in an attack on Tokyo, or Seoul, or Guam, or Hawaii, or California. And so the world must now live with a lunatic in possession of a nuclear weapons. And this is
this hole in the ground doesn't make any fucking sense.
Immune to any sort of credible military threat because the price of a military strike would be too high. And then they become an established nuclear weapons power. And never in the history of the world has such a regime ever possessed weapons so capable of destruction. Iran is led by a supreme leader who is a radical Shia cleric with an apocalyptic vision of the future. He is not a traditional geopolitical actor who makes decisions on the basis of borders or simply history or because of ambitions. He has an religious apocalyptic vision.
Dude, this town is stupid.
One that calls for triggering a conflict between the non-Muslim world and the Muslim world. One that he feels especially obligated to trigger. And he's going to possess nuclear weapons. This is the world that we are on the verge of leaving our children to inherit. And perhaps we ourselves will have to share in it. And so I want to be recorded for history's purposes, if nothing else, to say that those of us who opposed this deal understood where it would lead. And we are making a terrible mistake. And I fear that if passage of this deal will make it even harder for us to prevent it. And I hope that there is still time to change our minds, but here's the good news. Iran may have a supreme leader, but America does not. In this nation, we have a republic. And soon we will have new leaders, perhaps in this chamber, but also in the executive branch. And I pray that on their first day in office, they will reverse this deal and reimpose
Whoop, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't mean to do that. It worked out to my advantage, but I didn't mean to do it.
Or history will condemn us for not doing what needed to be done at this critical moment in the world's history.
So just absolute fucking mic drop speech in 2015, ringing super true today. And Rubio, currently Secretary of State of the United States of America, is going to make sure that however this war, conflict, whatever you want to call it, actually does wrap up, it will leave Iran completely at utterly crippled and helpless. Hopefully to the point that the actual oppressed people of Iran could rise up and overthrow them. But ultimately, the goal of this entire war, which a lot of people seem to be forgetting about, was to stop their actual military capabilities, nuclear ambitions, and the funding of proxy armies across the world. If we could get all of those three things completely done, with zero boots on the ground, you know, we lost some lives, but despite that being...
There we go. Home sweet home.
The casualties, like, from a military standpoint, were minimal. Thank God. It absolutely fucking sucks to see everyone just coping off of a fake peace deal that doesn't exist, making believe they know
Let
it's
me
in
run
it,
up and
but
take
it
care of
hasn't
these
been signed
things.
yet, not engaging with the reality that there is a 60-day memorandum of understanding until we see if we actually need to go back to war, or if we can neutralize all three of these major threats purely through negotiation. The neocons that want to put boots on the ground for 10 years to install a regime, fuck those guys, and they lost. W for me. The isolationists that think that actually you should let Iran have a nuclear weapon and we shouldn't ever go to war or bomb literally anyone anywhere because we're absolute cucks. They said we'd have boots on the ground. They said we'd lose thousands of soldiers. They said we'd trigger World War III. Well, they were fucking wrong, weren't they? And all the Israel firsters, the ones that say that we're actually controlled by Israel and every bad thing that happens in the United States, the reason why you were robbed at a gas station is because of Israel somehow. And that's also the reason why you can't get a girlfriend. You were all wrong. Because this has proved without a shadow of a doubt that, if anything, we control Israel. Netanyahu is almost certainly losing his next election because the Israeli public is so upset that this war didn't end up with obliterating the fuck out of the enemy. And yet, despite knowing that, we did what Trump told them to do. Because we give them billions of dollars a year, and they pretty much follow whatever we tell them. I personally would cut off all foreign aid. I would stop giving aid to Israel. I would stop giving aid to Ukraine and NATO. Much more than Israel, by the way, because that does absolutely nothing for us. I would cut off foreign aid. Whatever we do gain from Israel right now through our relationship...
I need more eggs.
We shouldn't call it aid. We should do a partnership. We should pay for...
I need a lot more eggs. We're gonna have to go wander around the forest for a little while. Like Hansel and Gretel, looking for eggs.
Let's fucking go. Oh, wow, we can't tell them what to do, of course. They're a sovereign nation. Literally W on all sides if this happens. All the worst people on every side of every
I can do another one.
retarded. Permission to chimp out is not granted until the end of the Memorandum of Understanding and this 60-day period actually passes. In the meantime, I'm grateful that we don't have terrorists shooting at our soldiers right now, even though they kind of still are. And I'm also really grateful that Israel is doing what needs to be done, obliterating Hezbollah. For those of you that don't remember, killed hundreds of our men. The fact that people think that this is just a really dumb move that a dumb guy did when we had every single military advantage on the planet, you have to be fucking retarded and really high on the Kool-Aid. And only time will tell if I'm the only right one. Everyone else is retarded and wrong. But hey, that's just a theory. A dumb theory. Subscribe. Now, Vance is everywhere in the news.
I need one more crucible.
Very interesting reason. And that reason, which I will reveal later, will shock you. So, first, he goes viral with this post. So, 3 Giants pitchers wore Bible verses on their Pride Nights caps during Friday's game because, obviously, it's just accepted in the public zeitgeist that, of course, you have to be pro-sodomy. It's absolutely abominable that this became so public to the point that you are a bigot for not supporting abominable degeneracy. I actually pointed this out to my wham in the other day. I say, you notice that every single character in every movie and TV show happens to be a liberal. Every single one of them. Unless they're a bad guy, they're all liberal. Isn't it weird? Isn't that weird how that happens? It's almost like saying that, hey, it's totally normal for men to have sex with other men, but it's not normal to believe that, hey, that's actually kind of gross.
That's what you get.
Give your friends, all right? Your average person will always have that one cop that always comes out of the closet and is gay, and all the friends accept them, and it's like, yo, I love that you're gay. It's so awesome for you. And the bigoted dad has a really hard time accepting their son. And the bigoted dad decides to Kamala Harris of the sex traffickers at the border. Okay, we get moving on. So JD responded based, by the way. Trump don't have to do this anymore, just based. And this one's ego. 10 million views, 128,000 likes. Just absolute cinema. Really, really good stuff. Now, JD has been going really viral. He's been saying a lot of the right things. I'm just going to say this a little bit. JD's incredibly close ties to Peter, you know, the gay guy that runs Palantir. And I will say, I think now I think he's really good at what he does, and I think he says the right things very often. But I think partially the reason why he says the things.
Why didn't those fill?
People like him, as opposed to necessarily them being necessarily steadfast beliefs of his. Now, again, I don't know. I'm just a little sussed out lately. He did an entire media tour over the last day, right? So first, he makes this post in regards to the Memorandum of Understanding between the United States of America and the Islamic goat fuckers of Iran.
Vice President Vance here to talk a little bit about what is in the Iran deal, the great peace deal that the President of the United States made last night.
Just to be clear, this is muddying the waters. There isn't a peace deal. The peace deal is supposed to be in 60 days. What is currently is called the Memorandum of Understanding. 60-day, I guess it's a ceasefire period where people will stop shooting at each other for 60 days until we see what happens in regards to whether they're willing to actually submit to all of our demands or we keep bombing. All right, as I've made very clear earlier. But that is the case. This is not a peace deal. Vance, in my opinion, is trying to appeal to the isolationist part of the actual Republican base by saying it's a peace deal. This is 2028 campaign.
Number one, what this deal means is that the Straits of Hormuz are open immediately. You're already seeing oil and gas prices come down just in the past 24 hours. Number two, it ensures that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And just to back up for a second and appreciate that the President has done completely decimated Iran's nuclear program. Now, this deal really has two pathways. On the one hand, if the Iranians make the long-term commitment never to rebuild, then they're going to be welcomed into the world economy.
Oh,
If, on the other hand, they try to stop the nuclear program, they're never going to have the resources in order to do so. So it's a win-win for the American people.
And ultimately, that sounds pretty damn good. The major issue with Iran is them threatening us, all right, at least when it comes to
Damn it.
and I think that is how our policy is run. So I think he's right about this. However, trusting these people.
We ensure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon either way, and now it's really up to the Iranians. Over the next few months, we're going to see if they're serious about dismantling that program for the long term. If they do, the president has said, we want their country to be successful, but what we know is that our country is successful thanks to great presidential leadership and a lot of good decisions. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so essentially, hopefully Iran could shape up and become a normal country. Yeah, they won't under the current Islamic Republic leadership. So ultimately, I guess time will tell. Time will tell what actually happens. Now, again, Vance makes it very clear we are not going to give him any money. All right, we are not giving any money to Iran. This was a lie posted by everyone. I'm really glad Vance is actually clarifying it. But the real viral story is that J.D. Vance went on The View. All right, understand, The View is the Trump bad show. They just do Trump bad every day, literally. That is the entire show, and Vance went on the show. On the same day as the Iran deal, by the way. Pay attention to how this all comes together.
So, how tall you were.
If you only see somebody on TV, you just see their, in my case, giant heads. That hides how tall I am. That's right.
We are the table of big heads here.
This is a show of MAGA Republicans, right? That's what my media team told me. Okay.
Yes. He's just surrounded by MAGA Republicans, hardcore radical leftist women that all love Trump. All right, now just understand, The View. He's a fascist and a Nazi. Also, The View. Oh yeah, let's get a photo together. Let's get a photo together with the fascist Nazi. I've said this so many times. Not one of them actually believes the things they say. It is unbelievable watching this collapse. All right, understand how obvious that is. All right, they think he's Hitler. They think he's fucking Hitler, and they're photo-opping with the guy. You can never trust any of the things they say. Ultimately, every single one of these people in the room would rather a Republican be president if we actually if shit ever hit the fan. All right, they would, because they know who has testicles ultimately. All right, and it's insane. Now, Vance dismantles them. Every single thing they throw at him, it absolutely shreds. And one of the major reasons why I want to point this out to you is even though Vance is not the ideal Republican candidate, in my opinion, like, he strikes me as a guy that's a little bit too pro-Indian immigration, a little too tied up to, like, the Giga Sauron's eye of Peter Thiel and Palantir. He's a little too chummy with the Tucker Carlsons of the world who are selling out our country, and currently, he is the face of the Iran deal. All right, now pay attention to how Trump is doing this, because this is part of the plan, too. That's one. And two, I would still never ever vote for a Democrat. So even though I have my criticisms, and I don't think Vance is like the ideal ultimate giga perfect candidate, I do like him ultimately, and I would never vote for a leftist. Ever. Never. That's why when I see like, you know, you see Nick Fuentes or whatever crashing out of the Republican Party saying I'll vote for a leftist, are you fucking insane? Are you like actually insane?
I would say fundamentally that one of the things I underappreciated about Donald Trump is that so many of the things that people said about him weren't actually true. Again, you talk about humility. Okay, so I see Donald Trump, I see a clip of him, or I see even not even a clip of him, but reporting about something that he said, and I take it at face value. For example, let's just go back to one of the most controversial things Donald Trump said during the first term that I was wrong during the first campaign, is that I was led to believe by the stories. I read stories that said Donald Trump said that all Mexicans were rapists. He never said that. What he said is that the certain South American countries, Central American countries, were releasing criminals into our country, including Mexico. By the way, that was objectively true. So it's not so much Christians.
There's no evidence that actually people came across the country illegally. Now, don't deport any illegals, but no one ever came in illegally. Just understand.
Mexico did that in 1980 with the Mariel boat lift. There have been many journalists, including CNN, where you used to work and be my colleague, that have tried to find evidence of that. There is no evidence that Maduro was releasing people from insane asylums or jails like Fidel Castro did do. This was made up, and we just can't, accept it without pushing back.
And we know that there were people who were released from prisons who were encouraged to come into the United States.
It wasn't a Mariel, Mr. Vice President. It wasn't.
Airdrop the prisoners into our country. They just released them and gave them a vote and told them, ay caramba, figure it out. Right? It's a totally different thing. Well, and Vance is just shredding them.
Where it was like a purposeful release, open up the jails, open up the insane asylums, and let people flood Florida. I went through that in Miami.
If you go, it may not have been like Mariel, but if you go back to the caravans that were happening in 22, 23, we know that those things were funded. They were in some ways supported by the government. So I don't know how you define support or not support, but if people are encouraged to come into our country after having spent time in prison by their own governments, I think that's a problem.
Just true. Just yes. Technically, they didn't airdrop people. You're right. They just funded caravans of cartels to bring them in. A totally different thing. All right, bro. All right, now you have to see the thread that
I gotta wait a minute
this is one of the
for my
Trump, by the way, was fucking on the
thing.
ball.
I'll come down
He said
here.
the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax.
You know what? I'm gonna start.
Epstein never raped kids. Obviously, Epstein was an absolute monster. But the fact that Trump is tied to it is an absolute hoax. There's no evidence of it, and he was completely right.
Appreciate this, but one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump.
Objectively true. He's taking these bitches to their bank.
And that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police. That's what
he reported Epstein to the FBI in 2006.
They were best friends for about a decade. And remember, he said
before anything, there were. First of all, I don't know about best friends. That's literally. But yes, they were chummies because they were both billionaires that lived remotely in similar places. They had interest in politics. They were both Democrats at the time. All right, just understand. And this was in like the 90s. Okay, this was long before he was ever even accused of anything.
Signed that Transparency Act when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing it. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
That's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is yes, Donald Trump is sentenced.
You get one whammy that lies about something. Then you get the second whammy. That's actually true about the lie that the first whammy said. This is the leftist corroboros of just eating your own shit.
He knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses. Reports the story. They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to Jeffrey Epstein's downfall. To that point, Anna, you know the Republican Party. Well, one of the things that led to the law enforcement investigation, but on the point that you made.
It was allegedly over a real estate deal that they hadn't got into a fight over.
The email says actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other.
What do you? Is there any evidence to the contrary? I love that there's no evidence to any of the things. It's just all headcanon with these people. They are living in their own soap opera.
Incredibly close friends.
He reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying. That is objective. That is objectively true. But Anna made another point that I would be if I may. Anna made a very important point. This question about did Donald Trump release these files only under duress from Republicans? And Anna, you know the Republican Party probably better than I do. The idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
What was the bipartisan?
Yeah. So again, like it's on, and he's just shredding them because they just have lies. Now the truth is, this is a New York Post release that just happened. Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with trying to take down Trump before suicide. Report says suicide, right? Like objectively, this is true. It's objectively true, right? From this batch of emails, right? You had Epstein hated Trump, he hated Christ and conservatives, he hated Israel and conspired against it, which is true. He collaborated with Ehud Barak, the leftist Israeli prime minister that wanted to give away land to Palestine, and he was a pedophile. Right? Turns out Epstein was your average leftist influence. That's just where we're at, man. No one wants to admit it. 89% of his donations were to leftists. He funded transgender research and quarantining for viruses and vaccines. Right? He was funding schools and shit to push leftoid propaganda. He was a leftist globalist that was friends with all the leaders and shit, and it was really fucking weird. Right? The reality is, he tried to prevent Trump from becoming the president. All right? And this is Forbes, a left-wing article. Epstein was trying to offer prosecutors dirt on Trump, the report says, but didn't have anything. If this isn't the most obvious shattering of reality ever, I don't know what. And the craziest part is the left is still running with the story. Oh, well, Trump's a pedophile, cool guy, and it's insane. Now, Whoopi Goldberg, all right, she tries so hard to get bans on this. She just fucking killed her.
And you were talking about people. What do black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color?
Stigmatizing black people.
You know how hard it is. You have folks of color in your family.
Sure.
So when you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of information of black heroes, how do you...
Black heroes are removing information about. What are they even talking about?
How does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about? Emmett Till was a kid.
You know what I'm talking about. No, I don't. Because you're bringing up shit that happened 100 years ago.
So give us one example. Can you give us one example?
Where they're taking down...
There's so many that I can't think of any. That's my favorite Democrat thing. Oh, what did Trump ever say that was racist? Oh, God, so many things. Well, name one. Oh, there's just so many. There's so many I can't think of one.
I know that white people decided to end slavery across as much of the world as they possibly could. Thank God for imperialism. But yeah, that is something that I know for a fact happened. I'm sorry, man. I know that was a thing. I don't see you bringing that up about white history, but I hope you start to understand something. This is a trend throughout basically all the black community. You can just make up black history, actually.
All kinds of stuff happened, and it seems that it has been
all kinds of nebulous things.
Very easy for this administration to remove that, and also
remove what? We still have not established what has been removed, by the way.
To denigrate black folks who have worked their behinds off to get this American dream.
Like who?
How do you? I mean, you know better.
Clap the sheeple in the audience. I don't even know what we're talking about, by the way.
So Sonny, that was actually a very helpful intervention, because I think the story you're talking about is where, allegedly the administration is holding back the appointments of people based on skin color. I've seen this story.
Host of things. I'm talking about black history getting erased from public spaces.
Like what?
Black voter.
Like what?
Like what? Like what? Give it an example.
Segregated districts because right? Everyone, man is made in the image of God, so God believes that, obviously. Martin Luther King believed that, wanted people to be treated based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. We should not have little fucking ghetto slave that all vote for Democrats. Duh. It's based on population, on people, not on race, so that you can steal votes. Base. I'm not gonna let that shit fly.
Black leaders are being sidelined from our ranks.
Like, do we have any examples of any of these things? What are we even talking about?
Where do Americans of color fit in this vision? Because it doesn't seem like...
I don't know, get a job, I guess. What am I supposed to say?
We fit.
I think
Since October of last year, there's been something like 6,668 refugees allowed into the country. All but 3 were white South.
Oh my God, music to my ears.
Africans.
So,
first of all,
you mean we opened up the border to high-skilled, high IQ, intelligent people from South Africa that were literally getting genocided by the retarded, racist, black government there? Base. Yes, that is exactly what the immigration system should do. We should be taking high IQ, high-skilled people that work hard, that love our country and our culture, and also we will get to save these people from unlawful, racist persecution in South Africa. Base. We should not be taking infinite retards from the third world.
Paul, I'm very skeptical of that number because we have a lot of different immigration pathways in the United States of America.
No, actually, Vance is wrong about this. Actually, so far, thank God. Thank God. We only got white immigrants so far. Shut up. Man, that's brutal. Also, base. That's what I voted for.
Let me just address this point. Look, first of all, here's the question, and maybe you don't believe this coming from me, but I think everybody is welcome in our political coalition. Frankly, even if you don't, everybody is welcome in our country so long as you're an American citizen with the duties and the legal obligations and rights to be here. Okay, so you say
to make some of them a little uncomfortable, you know what I'm saying?
Anti-minority or anti-black.
No, I didn't say that. I asked. See?
Okay, fine. I misinterpreted your question. Let me answer your actual question there. What I'm saying, I think, okay, look at Washington, D.C. One of the most democratic and one of the blackest, by share population, blackest cities in the United States of America, has seen a radical decrease in violent crimes, sexual assaults, and in murders.
Actually, that is racist because you're locking up the black folks. Sorry. What do you want me to say? Yes, they locked up black people and violent crime stopped. Listen, man, it's a coincidence. I'm just saying.
We have tried to take the crime issue seriously, in part because we believe everybody, whether you're black or white or rich,
Let me.
deserves to live in a safe neighborhood.
Why does the crime? Where does the crime step in?
I'm not going to use that right now. So what I'm going to do is.
I guess they should have worked harder. I guess they should have been better employees. What do you want me to say? It's Trump's fault that people are firing black women?
This is about
Sonny,
human rights aren't real, by the way. It's a little social construct that the left invented that they make you want to care about.
Is we got to do more on the economy.
And black history is not erased.
Like what?
History is not.
What are we even talking about? What black history was erased?
That is true.
Guys, we do have to get to Iran when we get back. Some very important
I'm telling you, we celebrate black history. We celebrate all American history in this administration. You guys might be skeptical.
Yeah, it's honestly miserable watching this. Holy shit, these guys suck. Right, and JD just keep fucking doing it. Like every single finger that they throw at it is absolutely this bad.
They have a criminal record. They had a sex trafficking conviction.
Right, these guys have people getting deported.
It's the majority.
They invaded the country illegally. They have to go. That's why we have borders. We have borders so that people can't just mosey in here whenever they want. If they're here illegally, they have to go. We are well past the discussion on undocumented migrants. Every single one of them needs to go.
These people that ICE is rounding up and taking out of their homes from their families. They're separating families.
I mean, to be fair, the family can go with them if they want.
They're using children as bait, but the majority are not criminals.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, they are. Everyone that came into the country was criminals.
Let me just say this, okay? So you talk about the children. Here's what I'd say.
They always invoke children. How about you take care of your own fucking children? How about you think about your children? Your children are not my responsibility.
The cartels who are brought into our country in profoundly dangerous and predatory conditions.
Let's talk about this administration.
But here's the point.
This administration
fight that kind of you think that our immigration policies are inhumane based on the reporting of one person with a political bias. What I'm telling you is that it's inhumane to allow cartels to sex traffic people across our border. And by the way,
Hold on, please hold on.
I appreciate that. I'm going to get you back there.
We're coming back with more with the vice president.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, it's absolutely wild. It is wild watching you tear these people to shreds. It's insane. Now, Vance, I want you to pay attention to what's going on. So Vance was on Fox News, as I already showed you. He has been on every single media outlet I could find, to be honest. Here he is on NBC News. All right. There he was before I showed you a second ago on Fox. All right. So then he went on The View. All right. Then he went on CNN. Right, Vance is the face of the deal. You have to understand what that means. Vance is the face of the Iran deal. Now, I make that very clear. Right, so here's Vance on CNN.
The coolest thing about the progress we've made over the last few weeks is that you see people within the Iranian system, senior leadership, even IRGC officials say, you know what? We may have some animosity, we may have some mistrust, but we recognize the way that we've done business with the United States for 47 years is a mistake. Let's try something else. We're going to verify that, of course, but we're certainly willing to try something else if they comply.
Yeah, so my hot take is that's not true. I don't think that Islamic regime is...
There he is. Everybody was worried about you, man. We thought you were going to blow your view streak.
In their party, he doesn't give names, he doesn't give specifics. I don't believe that. I think this is just a lie. And the craziest part is the next part of this gigantic meeting.
Well, we were all worried about you.
Over the last 24 hours, he goes on Megyn Kelly's show. All right, tomorrow on Megyn Kelly's show, that was yesterday. And the Vice President J.D. Vance. All right, bro, we got Megyn Kelly. Now the reason why this is super weird is because Megyn Kelly's been shitting on Trump the entire.
How many eggs do I have? 14? That's 7 bacon and eggs I can make.
Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, low IQ, Megyn Kelly, nastily asking the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question on crazy Candace, right? Like, again, this is Trump.
Well, Trader Bob is only a mile that way?
All the time. Now,
Crazy.
show that he was on with Megyn Kelly is suspicious if he was up in a little watermark in the corner. It was broadcasted on Russian state media. All right? Oh my God. This interview was on Russian TV. And now listen to how Vance describes the deal.
And I think that fundamentally, if you look at what they're proposing an endless conflict. They want this to go on until every bomb has been dropped or until every Iranian is. And I think,
Not really. I went to the burnt forest. I found Trader Jen. Right now I'm heading towards the desert to find Trader Bob. I'm mostly out here trying to find eggs to make bacon and eggs. I also have to collect goldenrod and chrysanthemum for making teas. My water situation is completely solved. Like, I will not have to worry about water for a while. I scored myself a crucible and I'm making jars now. And I've made a ridiculous amount of jars. How much do I have on 81? 30. Let me just take care of the Trader Bob right quick. And it looks like Trader Bob might not be very far in the desert.
According to the Pakistanis and the Qataris and the Iranians. To be honest, I care about the sensitivities of the Americans. That's my issue here. I feel like we're kind of put on the sideline a little bit. Right now, again, this is pretty wild, and this is a massive update that no one else is talking about.
How about Hezbollah and Lebanon? Because that's a proxy that they're funding, and that could easily clear this deal. It could clear this deal this week. People fear. Never mind on a go-forward basis, either side, Israel or Hezbollah.
Sure. Look, it's always delicate, and what we've seen with the ceasefire in Lebanon, and it's been clear, to be clear, a dirty ceasefire. There's been some shooting back and forth, but
It's not very ceasefire-y.
There's way less shooting now than there was 2 weeks ago. There's less shooting 2 weeks ago than there was before. So with these things, as the President of the United States said a couple weeks ago, he said sometimes a ceasefire just means they're shooting less.
Yeah, I got up
That's
like
the progress
15
that
minutes
we reach
before
the
my
next stage.
stream. I barely had time to do shit. I actually started my stream like 10 minutes late.
Here we go. This is an interesting
I
one.
slept in too.
It's going to include the Gulf.
But man, I slept at a competition level last night, man. Like I was, yeah, I was sleeping good, man.
No. The idea is that if the Iranians die, then we are going to have a true transformation.
The only trouble I had sleeping last night is when I got up in the morning, I had to pee so bad I could barely walk.
And if not, they don't get any economic benefits. The United States, we got what we came to do, and we're done. And that's
So
the basic approach.
We would not turn on this.
Let me head back to my
if
bike.
Hezbollah hit Israel over and over.
Well, what I would say is, like, if Iran is funding Hezbollah, we're not going to allow a bunch of frozen assets to freeze to the Iranians.
All right, back on my bike. I'm going to run to the bathroom right quick. I'll be right back.
That Iran cannot fund their proxy armies. And if they fund their proxy armies, then war's back. All right, so again, we are not getting the full picture. We don't exactly know what's going on with this deal. But what we do know is that it's really weird that Vance is saying that they want to go until every bomb's been dropped, every Iranian is dead. I don't know who's saying that, to be honest. Sounds a little like Mark Levin, who's been crashing out over the last couple of days, screaming at Trump for ending the war, which is insane, because the war's not over. But anywho, again, let me just understand the show that he went on. All right, this is Megyn Kelly. All right, this is the show that J.D. Vance decided to go on as the face of the deal.
Mr. Trump, one of the things people love about you is you speak your mind and you don't use a politician's filter. However, that is not without its downsides, in particular when it comes to women. You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. So Megyn Kelly has had it out for Trump since 2016, trying to call him a misogynist on the world stage. All right, just understand what we're dealing with. And in fact, Megyn Kelly has been having a lot of really interesting episodes lately. This is Megyn Kelly laughing about Trump dying soon. And this was just a week ago.
Numbers, with the midterms all but lost already. What happens to Trump now?
That we're just not good at predicting the future. You know, we imagine like this is going to happen in November in the midterms. Maybe not. Just remember that Trump turns 80 next month, you know, and I hope he has a great birthday. I don't wish Trump ill. However, he will be gone relatively soon, and we'll still have this country. I don't think things are going well. I think they could be a lot worse. I can imagine other leaders who are both malicious and competent. Trump is incompetent. Gavin Newsom is not incompetent. He's far more malicious than Trump. I think he's far less transparent than Trump. Like, I don't know. We just need to keep our wits about us and not ping pong from one bad idea to another bad idea.
Terrible approval numbers.
So that's really, really weird. Again, like, understand what's going on here. Kind of like giggling about how Trump's 80, he's going to die soon. Gavin Newsom is more competent than Trump. And it's like, are we serious here? Right? And again, Megyn Kelly, once again, you have to understand what's been going on lately.
Islam is not consistent with the values of America, of the West.
All right, so that was before. Before Islam, not consistent, not you can't have Islam in the West. Right, that was her big thing.
Countries that don't care about protecting free speech, they should stay in countries that don't care about women's rights. That's where Islam can fester and grow. It's great. I mean, I'm sure if that's like your thing and you don't care about like genital mutilation, you might really enjoy living in an Islamic country. If you don't mind living in a life as a woman where you have to keep every inch of your body except for your eyeballs covered, yeah, someplace in the Middle East could be for you. It's not my thing. It's not America's thing. And it's not a thing that we should want or encourage in the West. I think he's understanding there may be some new listeners over here. You know, like he's gotten very, very popular lately, I read, with Muslim viewers.
Oh, I'm getting fiber optic too on Sunday.
You know,
So I'm a little excited about
Mark,
that.
It's been something I've noticed just since I've gotten sort of more clear-eyed on Israel, that a lot of the anti-Muslim rhetoric that's put out there originates with people who are very, very pro-Israel.
You were putting it out there. You know, the whole hijab, genital mutilation, child sex slavery thing.
Look at him. He's like literally right there.
There's no such thing as Islamophobia. You are not only entitled to, quote, fear Islam, I would argue it's your duty as a Christian to stand up and fight against it. He's having a lot of Muslim viewers flock to him. And so while he may have lost some contingent of the Fox News audience that's very, very pro-Israel.
It looks like he might have a safe house nearby him, which is always a good thing. Maybe not. Oh, goddamn rocks.
Right, this was her promoting and celebrating trans kids a couple years ago.
People with me on stage right now are
Here we go. I'm going to take over that house right there.
want others to know it is possible to transition socially with love.
No. Oh, let me go talk to what's his nuts first.
Family and a community. Please welcome 16-year-old Nicole, 12-year-old Daniel, 14-year-old Gia, 15-year-old Landon,
God.
and 13-year-old Stella.
Yeah, so that's basically Kelly and a bunch of groomed children all sitting together.
I couldn't slide off the bike first. You had to wait until I was ready to take a shot.
Howdy, partner. It ain't bragging if you done it. Here's your pay.
Where's Rubio? You know, the guy who's been completely silent? The guy who's actually been
I got
managing the
vehicles
conflict
so
that's now
slick,
silent. All right.
they make
The
the
deal so
road
far
runner
is
jealous.
receiving wall-to-wall criticism in general. What is going on? I legit think Trump faked this in very much on purpose. It's definitely interesting to watch develop, especially because, once again, no deal is signed yet. We don't have the information on what it actually says in the deal yet. The deal, quote-unquote, is a 60-day memorandum of understanding where we decide on where we actually stand later. It's just a theory, a conspiracy theory, but hey, you watch me for my honesty. And honestly, there's something going on here that no one is talking about and that we don't really know, and I am very excited to see where it wraps up. I don't think Trump trusts the Islamic Republic of Iran like J.D. Vance seems to imply.
If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy.
Stay level-headed about it. Have faith in God, all right? Stay level-headed. Figure this shit out. That's one. Two, you have a moral obligation to make fun of retarded people. That includes the dipshits saying that we were going to lose an infinitely long 1,000-year war with troops on the ground and nuclear fallout. You have to make fun of the retards that are absolutely spiraling and crashing out before we even know what it says in the deal. Banks has been one interesting cookie, and we'll see where it goes from here. But the show will be entertaining.
All right, I'm taking over this bookstore
Now,
here.
the United Kingdom, there is possibly the biggest story of the century. And of course, literally no one in the mainstream media anywhere, not in England, not in America, is actually reporting on it. So
Get up, fat boy.
thing that's saving the
Why am I
world,
not being
that is
able to get in here?
sensationalism. I don't normally say this, but trigger warning. So John Arleben,
Oh, you're freaking kidding me.
unaware, is the quote-unquote far-right party, right? They're the far-right fascists that want rape to stop. I know, it's a radical position in some ways. Obviously, the left is not support that stance. And the craziest thing is every time they make an ad, or they make, like, fun. They make the far-right party look bad. It just basically ends up as an ad.
Oh, you...
So he's like, what a radical guy. It's crazy. Everything just ends up an ad for these guys. Such a savage. He wants to deport the rape.
Oh, I don't have anything to repair. God damn it.
I'll take two. All right, so Rupert Lowe posted the rape gang inquiry report will be published today. And this never changed. The rape gang currently, as it stands, this report has 14.4 million views. This one tweet alone. Oh, I'm sorry. 27. I just refreshed the page. 27.9 million views. Alright, everyone needs to know about it. It won't be reported anywhere. This guy does this like, for the record, I actually read through it. Hundreds of pages. And by highlights, I mean,
Did you see him try to dodge it? Game tried cheating me.
the numbers. 250,000 plus girls have been raped, trafficked, and tortured over decades. For those of you counting, there are as many victims to the grooming gangs as there were victims to nuclear strikes on Nagasaki and Hiroshima in World War II. To understand, this is over 10 times the amount of civilian casualties than happened in Gaza over what all these leftoids are freaking out about. For the record, this has 100,000 times the amount of victims as Jeffrey Epstein, you know, the guy that everyone's, you know, understandably freaking out about. Except, arguably, it's even worse than that because the government covered it up. People can't even begin to understand the scale of this and the evil that we are witnessing. All right, now understand, this is the estimate. It's the floor, not the ceiling. It's never been counted. The same crime in 149 different districts. That's 40% of the country. All right, these aren't dozens of isolated local scandals. No. This happened on a national level. Treated for STIs at 13, sent home the same night back to her abusers. That's what hospitals did. Children's homes became trafficking hubs. The girls were arrested. The rapists walked. Pregnancy rates as a weapon to control them. And the state took their children. Red rooms, daily rape, filmed for blackmail happened. A child disclosed rape at school. They excluded the child. I'm pretty sure that day they kicked him out of school. Whistleblowers got dawn raids. The rapists got bail. 90% of convicted offenders had Muslim names. And they are 60% of the UK population. Now understand, the actual estimates for the amount of Muslims in these rape gangs were 95%. But 90% had actual Muslim names. It turns out, the religion that actually supports taking sex slavery, and taking Jews and Christians and other infidels as inferior people and as cattle, that supports pedophilia to the point that their most revered man in history was a pedophile. Turns out, when you import them en masse, they rape your country. It's insane to think about it. We need to make the Nuremberg trials look like a picnic. No one must escape the death penalty. You just read this. Now, just understand, it's 200 plus pages of this, and it will break you. 53. You, Mohammed Karar, prepared her for gang anal rape by using a pump to expand her anal passage. You subjected her to gang rape by 5 or 6 men. At one point, she had 4 men inside her. She was 13 years old. 54. Mohammed Karar. On one occasion, when she was 12, after raping her, she threatened
Ooh, it's almost dark out. Did you need a headlight or something?
Handle, strike her on the head with it, and insert the baseball bat inside her vagina. It is hundreds of pages of this. Some of the most unbelievable, barbaric atrocities you could possibly imagine are just happening daily, covered up by the British government. And this is not just in England, this is in every single European country, and this is happening in America too. On a lower scale,
here's what I've got.
Our population is Muslim as opposed to, 6.5% of England. But look what 6.5% of the population did. So many people need to be fucking executed. Everyone's tired of this. These horrific crimes have only escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997 victory, the start of the orchestrated mass migration. Interesting. With greater numbers, there came greater opportunities for abuse. Perpetrators built organized networks that transported victims between towns and cities. Test girls between adult men. Each of these areas, the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11, targeted with gifts, alcohol, drugs, collected in taxis at school gates, care homes, streets, taken to houses, flats, restaurants, hotels, then raped repeatedly by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked across country lines, many cases impregnated or forced into abortions. Most victims endured violence, were filmed for black.
That came with a full, no money back guarantee.
Meaning a non-believer in Arabic, who deserve punishment. The authority at every level, including the police, social security,
hey, you got a duct tape I can borrow?
And politicians
check these out.
Patterns. Possess the intelligence, yet still fail to protect the country's children.
How do you not have duct tape?
State-sponsored generational rape. Understand, bro.
You're so tired, you probably wipe on both sides of your toilet paper.
Man, you're translation in the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. So, praising Allah while raping children is almost like taking child sex slaves as part of the religion or something. That's weird. Now, understand how bad it got. While Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutions, he's currently the prime minister, by the way, it had been reported 13,000 suspected rape gang members and pedophiles were let off with warning letters.
Oh, it's just part of the culture. I don't want to actually necessarily offend anybody. It's part of their culture to rape.
I'll give them a warning letter. They just raped a kid with a baseball bat. Understand what's going on here, man. Around 87% of those convicted in these groups faced child sexual exploitation cases for distinctly Muslim names. Yeah, and the vast majority of men involved in these gangs were not convicted. Dr. Haj Hargari, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation, believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslims are around 95%. Understand, Pakistani Muslim adult men are under 3% of the population of the country and did 95% of the child gang rapes. And you're going to scoff and you're going to tell me this isn't a real thing? So the shock of only 87 to 95% of the rape gang members in the UK were Muslims. This was a shock to everyone. No one saw this coming. Now understand the scale here. 250,000 white girls raped. There are 800,000 Pakistani males in the UK. Every single one knew about it. And remigration, sending them back to their homelands, that is the moderate position.
What do I need
that is
for the...
bleeding heart liberal position. If it was up to me, they would never walk again. All right, this is insane, by the way. All right, now understand.
The fucking lenses I didn't bring. God damn it.
There appear to have been upwards of 250,000 young white girls raped in this century, very largely by Muslim men. And given the...
You know what, dude? Give me a quest.
How dare you? How dare you make this a race issue? It is infinitely worse than
Needs
your
your dukes, huh?
nightmare.
Just remember that pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. You'll be fine.
Without a doubt, there is an undeniable link between religion and the rape gangs. Islam. As a country, we need to finally have the courage to say so. It's literally common sense and obvious truth. The reward for tolerance is treachery and betrayal. We need to wake up, man. It's insane. Insane that people are just snoozing through this. The media didn't talk about it. The rape gang inquiry. What happens next? I intend to use my parliamentary privilege to name perpetrators and their enablers in the chamber. This will be done incredibly carefully with our legal team involved every step of the way to ensure no future prosecutions are jeopardized. We are cooperating with the authorities in order to help cases be opened and reopened, but my bid to the system is not high. That is why we are pushing and pursuing private prosecutions and civil litigation. The target list has been identified and continues to grow. This has been handled very carefully for obvious reasons. I'm determined to act. We have enough talk and we act. Our industry
Yeah.
And it's insane.
That's what you get.
Now, while that took place, while the same day that the grooming gang inquiry list was released, this is a clip from Mohammed Hijab, popular British Muslim guy.
I think so, sure. Yeah, ethically, I think Saudis are superior. Saudis are superior because they're Muslim.
Yeah, no. I wasn't because they're Muslim. My question is, do you think they are ethically superior?
Yes, ethically superior. Yeah, of course I do.
And you all think so?
Yeah, of course. Because they're Muslims. It doesn't matter if they have raped a country. They're ethically superior. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. The politicians who turned a blind eye to the rape of Britain must go twice. And Rupert Lowe is coming to their fucking heads.
Report.
Hold up. We reload the page. Watch.
This report is over 200 pages long, and it goes into the root causes of
Oh my god.
widespread scandal.
They're gonna make me waste a fucking...
It goes everywhere, and it involves private
That's right.
obviously government ministers, civil service, local government, judiciary, who is supposed to be the guardian for the British people of scandals like this, but they've seen
Grrr!
The report goes into the reasons how it's happened. It goes into the reasons why it happened, and that is all the reasons. We analyse everything, and I'm very grateful to all of the experts who appeared, all of the survivors who were brave enough to appear. All my came.
What are you standing on? Are you serious? God damn it, I didn't mean to do that.
The testimonies we heard were beyond believable, and it is an evil which needs to be dealt with and dealt with now. I want to let people know that this is not the end of it. We will be pursuing those people who have failed us. There will be.
That's right. Public hangings.
Put things into context.
Sorry, my bad.
This report, which was funded by 20,000 concerned citizens,
damn,
as
bro,
they could afford, it raise £600,000.
Understand, this report only exists because civilians funded a guy going against the system.
J inquiry alone cost the taxpayer $186 million. We still have funds left to help us to pursue private prosecutions and to start the process of prosecuting those people who have failed us. We're also intent on naming
That's
those
right.
people in Parliament, where we're
Yes.
not it's a legal case, so that everybody knows those people who are responsible, who should have dealt with this. And I hope that every member of the British public has the time to read this.
Yup.
It's not straightforward.
I'm trying my best here.
But
I'm trying. You have to know about this.
and it needs to be dealt with.
We're saving the West. Wake up, white man. All right, it's time.
Not for an inquiry which has been forced by our statutory inquiries, by the way, have the terms of reference and down the road, and by the time hands are held up and people admit there's a problem, the people who make the decisions, the bad decisions, which is Congress and government, we've seen the blood, countless other things have to be treated. There will be no holding to account, and when there's no holding to account, these things continue to happen. So, please read it.
Share it.
Never let it happen again.
Where the fuck are these people coming from?
True. Literally true. Wanted to be tolerant people so badly that they imported literally millions of rapists.
I gotta fix that bat.
Understand the level of evil. That was purposeful because people of politicians were close, and because the media happened to be woke and ran defense for it, and no one knew what happened, and it was unmasked, covered up, protected while the savages and murderers ravaged. Almost certainly. Because they're a small but they're growing eventually.
Why are you beating up that truck? And how many bullets do you need to take? Oh, this is starting to become bullshit. This is like a fucking blood moon. Jesus Christ.
Propaganda campaign to convince you of it. Dude! All of them. To give you an idea, the Japanese soldiers were estimated to rape 20 to 80,000 Chinese women. This report estimates
Not even fucking clear yet.
victimized by these Muslim rape gangs. Right, some of them just list some of the crazy ones that actually M for Muhammad. What the fuck, dude? This is recommended contraceptives for her instead of denouncing for Pakistani rapists. Social services returned a girl to a grooming gang. Do not be racist. Only for no reason at all. They voted for Hitler. Right, are we really surprised the direction this would go if it keeps getting This is a project that's a million times worse than Epstein. It's not even remotely close. The scale, the nature of the crime, powerful institutions implicated, and yet something tells me that many of the Epstein obsessives will have nothing to say about this at all. Yes, because Islam is a cash cow. Because Islam is
You're kidding me. Of course.
interview every and fucking retard on the planet to talk about Israel or something, but no time for a little thing like this. I'm sure that all the leftists like Hassan that have been calling Donald Trump.
I forgot I walked here.
They're going to be This is happening everywhere. This is the father of a Pakistani gang rapist. All right, this is what he has to say. This is pretty telling, actually.
God damn. Fucking relentless.
And they didn't deport this guy, by the way. They just said it's a difference in culture. This dude's like, she was 13, but like she consented, okay? But she consented. To which she probably didn't consent. And also, fuck you, you pedophile. What are you doing?
Fucker.
Now, to understand how accepted it is in this culture that they're importing, the first Pakistani lord ever in England was a convicted grooming gang member. Can't make it up. He retains his title. Tony Blair made a Pakistani pedophile from Rotherham a baron. You can't even make this up.
Oh, fucking stamina. God damn stamina.
Reform have today said that
And why does it take so long to fucking I'm not hungry, I'm not thirsty.
Just now understand this is happening here too, obviously.
Oh!
Georgia State Senate. Just understand the way the conquest works. And of course, it's also humiliating. Oh my God, we have to do it. Owen Jones, from Owen Jones, he is a leftoid, socialist, anti-fascist.
God damn.
This narrative was just by the far right and then taken up by the mainstream media as fact. Single out one community for child exploitation has been exposed for what it is, right? So 2020, bro was talking about racism that we're accusing Pakistani. 87 to 95% of the grooming gangs. And bro's like, now understand, it's all of them. It's all of the men, especially the Islamic. Denying rape gangs exist.
250,000 utterly ridiculous statement.
Birmingham, go to Manchester.
Utterly ridiculous.
All of it. Oh my God, ridiculous. Right. Well, now we know it's true.
As I've said repeatedly, the vast majority of sexual crime against women in the UK. Don Keith, the vast majority of sexual crime against women in my country is committed by white men.
I don't understand per capita. Also, I include every instance of sexual harassment and catcalling as sexual crime. So yeah, at that point you're right. Most of it is white men. You know, because 90+% of the country is white men.
You've never heard of per capita. I have heard per capita.
It's disproportionately committed by Muslims against white Christian because it's a rape genocide.
Let me bring
All right, I'm getting a little too angry, so I'm gonna have to puff a little.
And they all do this, by the way. This is Mehdi Hassan saying it doesn't exist.
We know that the very vast
The angry Lugan is getting angry.
British Pakistanis.
Shocking.
You're trying to deflect it into thinking it's somehow white men doing all this.
Oh my God. So in Glasgow, there were white men. So 11 people abused 3 children, one of them in a nappy diaper.
I'm not talking
white
about
gang.
Glasgow.
I'm not talking about that, nor is Elon Musk. In the West Midlands, in West Midlands.
Bro finds like 3 instances of white guys being rapists and is like, oh my God, you're such a racist for exposing the Pakistanis.
A decade of child
He's a Pakistani Muslim, by the way.
Sex crimes. 21 white people abused 7 children, all of them under the age of 12.
Yeah,
in Cornwall in 2010.
These
3
aren't the
years of sex
scandals we're
crimes.
talking about,
Bro's going back 20 years to find 3 instances of white pedophiles to be like
6 men. Well, I'll get to that in a moment. 6 men. The youngest of whom was 5 years old. You've just made my point for me. These are the scandals we're not talking about. Why? Why are we defining child sex crimes and grooming gangs by race? Unless you're...
You know, because it's 3% of the population. That's 95% of the rape gangs? Like, what are we even talking about?
Racist or trying to make political hay out of this. I care about the victims of all crimes. I don't give a damn whether the perpetrator was brown, black, white, blue, or yellow. I think we should support the victims of those crimes. And if you're only obsessed with the perpetrators, as Elon Musk is, you care about these girls. That's what Alexis J said.
Well, if you're concerned with the victims, why don't you have your Muslim buddies stop raping them?
As you know, from those who do want a big further inquiry, is that actually it was a very specific section of the community, a very specific section of the Muslim community, and it was British Pakistani men who they believe were operating under some warped cultural thing, which they felt entitled them to behave.
That's
themselves.
we don't. Well, that's not proven, right? That's what we need.
90% of the rapists that are Pakistani Muslims, but it's not proven.
That's what we need. Obviously, more studying on, more
studying and the research, and I'm sure he's going to apologize.
That because these guys in places like Rochdale, Rotherham, were British Pakistani men overwhelmingly in those cases.
Yes.
But it's very interesting that you pick a sample and then say, these are the towns we're talking about, they're all brown. Well, why can't we talk about Cornwall or Glasgow or the West Midlands? I'm saying this is a phenomenon that happens nationwide. There are multiple peers.
It's insane that they all try to do this. It's incredible, actually. I think it's amazing. So the BBC decides to publish just an incredible article. Trust in the news hits a new
Let me
low,
check my...
suggests. Oh, really? Oh, really, BBC? Probably because this is how you report the news.
4 of 6, 2 more.
To die by euthanasia after all right, well, how Sky News reports it. Also a left-wing site, by the way. 25 dies by euthanasia after father's legal challenge fails. That's a pretty different story, right? This is a 25-year-old girl that was gang raped and to the point that she wanted to kill herself because she couldn't survive trauma. The father fought to keep her alive, but the state euthanized her anyway. Absolute travesty of a situation that happened. All right? BBC's Jeremy Bowen admits he got it wrong in Gaza hospital report, but has no... Wow. The financial editor says he doesn't feel particularly bad about his inaccuracy. Yeah, we made up the genocide. We did take it to the Jews, so, you know. Well, all of them. All right, so yes, the media covered this up. Short, like 1 minute.
There are facts this morning, and like over the last 2 years, rates have gone up over 1,000. The thing in beheading in the street. You hear about that?
Yeah, there was a Sikh. That was horrible.
Wrong, liar. It wasn't a Sikh. It was a Muslim. It was a Sudanese Muslim. The Sikh was the guy who stabbed Henry Nowak. All right, now it wasn't a Sikh. It was a Muslim, but Sneeko loves running defense for terrorists.
I saw they started burning down houses afterwards.
Right, and there is two-tier policing over there. So, you know, if the police are called to the scene and you were white as opposed to
I saw that he was stabbed and they didn't put him in the ambulance.
Right.
They handcuffed him when he was bleeding out. It was
right.
Yeah.
So what do you do about that? Like, I don't know what to do about
Well,
it.
I know what to do.
That's a problem.
I don't think there's
You deport all of them.
solutions for those. I think a lot of
No
those
solution.
crimes are amplified to make people more hateful.
Yeah,
I think
we're just amplifying the crime. It's the Zionist media. The Zionist media is teaching you about how 250, except it's literally not reported in the media anywhere. And actually, there is a really obvious solution. Immigration. Bro, you're not ready. You're not ready. I'm tired and you're not ready. Everyone's been telling me I needed to look at this, and I can't even believe what I am hearing just from the vibe. Stephen A. Smith, this supposedly centrist-based guy that's very cool about things and level-headed. The murderer? What is with the left and the infinite I don't even know what to say. It's like for some people you can be as based and level-headed as you want, and then all of a sudden the tribalism kicks in. Bam! Bam, it's Africa. You know, like, well, what am I even supposed to say? All right, so I'm getting worked up. I didn't see the thing yet. They told me I needed to see this. So.
To comment on this.
Stephen A. Smith, the left by surprise, made this statement.
We're in a situation that you simply can't get around. Carmelo Anthony murdered.
Okay.
Just because you're black.
Put him to death. All right? You killed a guy? Death. I'm sorry. I'm really tired of this shit.
Young with challenges that black folks face every single day doesn't give you a license to murder someone.
As reasonable as this
Right,
sounds,
that sounds good.
it starts to get weird.
I was hold up. People were really hyping me. People were like, "Oh, bro, crashed out." Like, no, there's no way he was. All right, so far so
Oh,
good.
I want to get
As he goes on, he
that
believes
before.
35 years is too much for anyone to get for murder, which...
Are you fucking serious? No, why are they like this? Why are they like this?
I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me.
Let me stay for the record and get this out the way right now. I am not happy
Who gives a shit?
Okay.
that Carmelo Anthony got sentenced for 35 years.
He should have got life. I'm not happy either. He should have got life.
Dude, it is impossible to make believe these are normal people. Again, how could you possibly think this is a normal guy? Yeah, I'm also unhappy he was given 35 years. They should have publicly executed him. Right, the moment he was given the guilty verdict, they should have taken him out back and executed him promptly.
Tell me what it scraps to. Motor tool parts.
And then they could have figured shit out. All right?
Useless shit. It scraps down to useless crap.
Decided guilty on first-degree murder.
Oh.
You don't wait. You don't delay. Judge smacks the gavel on the table. You take the guy out back and you put him out of his misery. The end. Period. All right, now.
All right, got 2 spaces.
Butthole is going to be a four-lane parkway, and I bet you he'll come out of jail in 35 years and hurt somebody else. What I'm saying is not just moral, it is logical, and it is also biblical.
Oh, where the hell am I going to get clay?
Life taken in return. God thought so. It is wild watching the moralizing, and again, I'm not trying to be rude here or racist or anything. It's only coming from black people. I don't understand. It's like the tribalism. If this
Oh,
is
that's
a white
just
guy
sand.
stabbing a black guy in a racially
Which I don't
motivated
want.
shit, that dude would be buried under the jail. All right, I don't understand.
Why did I go in there?
In the legal space, claim that he's not going to serve 35 years. By the time he gets out, he will be younger than I am right now.
18 jurors, about 6 minorities, none of whom happen to be black. I don't believe it.
So, jury of your peers does not mean they have to be the same race as you. I love how this guy believes that it's murder. Stephen A. Smith started off by saying it's murder, he killed the guy. So why do you want to give a jury? Literally, anyone that you put on, you want just, I know the answer. You want a black person to get off so that the murderer can walk.
This guy.
Black people there, they will see with their super black person eyes, and all of a sudden, because of the bullshit, they would be able to get him out. Right?
Wow, that rifle's loud. Oh, for crying out loud. And I'm thirsty. Of course.
I think it's only like a small
My gun.
minority, like 30%. I'm kidding, I'm joking.
That's being judged by a jury of your peers. Here's the
Fuck it.
reality.
I'm going in like this.
All I can say.
Only the people who were on the jury. You agree it was murder. They agree it was murder. What you wanted to do? Yes.
Alright, come on, Greenie. What the fuck? Holy fucking crap. Fucking goddamn mountain lion out of nowhere.
Something Carmelo Anthony.
God damn it. Bee spitting motherfuckers.
Why do you feel the obligation to come to the defense of one person over the other? Which is what you are seeing. And it's only going to get worse.
What the? I don't even know what's hitting me.
Wasn't someone who said
God damn fucking bee spitters. I ain't got no stamina. I can't find him. There he is.
intentional, like how bad
said, touch me and see what happens. And then he touched me and he stabbed me in the heart.
Oh, you're freaking kidding me.
Notice she does not mention all the fact that she stabbed someone.
35 years for a kid
who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining?
It was raining outside, and he went under the tent, and now he's in jail. Did anything happen in between? Maybe like a little stabbing a white guy in the heart? Got a little that kind of thing? Did that happen somewhere in between the whole wanted to get out of the rain and going to jail?
The fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen.
Humanity would be executed.
Where the fucker? Just die!
Life needs to be taken in return. Since human life is important, we need to execute.
Say that I was scared.
He's a black boy. He's scared. In court after he murdered a guy. He murdered the guy and then he's scared. Just let him off. What the actual fuck are we doing?
Goddamn ridiculous.
I don't even understand how they exist in our political sphere. This doesn't sound like Western civilization to me.
This is how she brings in race there. Why?
Or the fact that honestly,
Why? Just because she wants it to be legal to kill white people.
Anybody else who did something with such a small object.
Notice
A little tiny object, a knife, and you stab someone in the heart with and killed him.
she just said he did something. She doesn't even say knife, she says object.
All I know is that it wasn't considered unlawful carrying of a weapon because the blade
Oh, it was lawful carrying, and then stabbing a guy in the heart.
was not long enough.
A black kid did something, trying to get out of the rain. That's all I get from what she said.
Everybody has a point.
No. The blacktivist community that's saying this shit because they want to legalize the murder with white people actually don't have a point and should not be accepted in civilized society. Anyone who has that position, honestly, I'm not a racist or anything. Of course not. I just like staying alive, and I pick my subway seats, you know, dependent on the smallest chance of me losing my life, okay? So the reality is, whether you're white or black, if you decide that you want to defend Carmelo Anthony, I think that you should be excised from public life. You should be fired from your job. I don't endorse canceling you. You just obviously want to legalize killing white people, and I don't think that's very nice. If you're not a citizen, you should absolutely be deported. I don't give a shit if he's from the Romulus tribe and he killed someone in the Klingon tribe. That shit doesn't fucking matter to me. He's a murderer, and now he needs to die. Period. The end. You disagree? You should probably be excised from public life and lose your voting rights.
And Stephen A. Smith goes on to claim that, well, she does have a point here.
The discussion we should be having is, are we supposed to be judged by a jury of our peers?
No, the discussion we should be having is, why is this kid, as you call him, not executed? Right? Why is he still alive?
Is he a black person on that jury?
I don't care. Again, the reason why there was no black person on that jury was for two reasons. One, the lawyers struck them out. You know, you get 3 strikes to strike out potential jurors, and the actual prosecutors struck out the 3 black people. Very, very intelligent of him, I must say, because it turns out tribalism does exist, and it doesn't matter if this kid is an obvious murderer. People will still defend him. All right. That's one. So base lawyer for kicking out the black people. Base racism, I have to say, it worked in his favor this time, as it often does. And also, it's because they are in a majority white district. So there weren't a lot of black people. So a jury of your peers is the people living around you, not people that come from the same tribe. All right, this shit's insane.
Stephen A. Smith, you are only judged by your peers if they are black. Anyone who's not black, according to your logic, is not a peer.
They said minorities. What kind of minorities? Asians? Native Americans? Hispanics? What?
I literally said, like, it was one Mediterranean guy and it was a couple of Middle Eastern people. Like, they literally had the exact ethnic composition of the jury.
See any black people on that jury?
Based. Why take the chance?
That's about it.
You agree it's murder. Why are you complaining?
Outside of that, Carmelo Anthony has no hat to hang on.
So make no mistake.
Okay, so he's a murderer and he should die. But anyway, I'm going to defend him.
Still defending Carmelo Anthony here.
Why wasn't this criminally negligent homicide as opposed to first-degree murder?
Because he said, touch me and see what happens. Clearly indicating premeditation, and then he murdered him after he got touched. All right? Now, touching is not violence to the point that self-defense is warranted to murder somebody. So therefore, it was murder, and he said, touch me and see what happens, implying premeditation. And you know who else thought so? The entire jury, who saw the evidence.
So many times we look at certain situations, and we ask ourselves, why do we continue to go through this? Because the system is against us. This is a murderer argument. This ain't the time to make that argument.
And yet, he goes on just a moment later to make that argument.
The time to make the argument about the flagrant unfairness
Fuck.
of the system, meaning the
Oh, I did that on
charges
accident.
against them, there should have been a lot more noise.
Then, goes on to say this.
So when
I
you
totally
see
should
people
have
out
never
there
came
and
here.
They're making a whole bunch of noise, and they're going off as if the system has done some grave injustice. They're still talking about the guy that's alive with a 35, albeit with a 35-year sentence.
He's just jumping back and forth between these two.
Weird.
As
It's like, on the one hand, he knows, based on his being an American human being in politics, he's like, yeah, he's a murderer. He should fucking go to jail forever or die. Right? And then on the other side, he has that. I don't know. Is he trying to the black community? Is he himself just tribalist in that regard? That he will defend black regardless of what they do? It's insane. It's actually wild.
It suits him. Have you ever wondered if politicians...
If you think about it just for a second, that is so fucked up. And we as a society are not nearly angry enough about the fact that there seems to be just a lot of people that want to legalize murdering whites. I don't know. It seems pretty fucked up to me.
Son, is never going to see his son again.
Then he points at a young black conservative, looks at his response, and goes in on him.
Jeffrey Mead.
That'll probably help out a lot.
Conservative voice. I see him online sometimes. He had a response to all of that. I want you to listen to this.
You need to be ashamed. You need to be ashamed. Because that's $20 that was in there.
Notice what it was about. She said, you guys ought to be ashamed because that was one of y'all's that was in there. Meaning the black law enforcement officers ought to be ashamed because a black boy was just convicted of murder after he stabbed somebody through the heart and killed them. They're siding with Carmelo Anthony simply because he's black.
That's right.
We are seeing...
Based. This guy's fucking awesome. Yeah.
People
Exactly.
remove their ability for critical thinking and reason and banding together by tribe based on race. You're the same race as me, therefore I'm going to blindly take your side, regardless of what the facts or logic indicate.
It was about the fact that they're black, he's black, that means you should be on his side, and you shouldn't be helping enforce any laws around this place.
Right.
This is why you see black losing their mind right now, because they're automatically saying Carmelo Anthony because he's black.
That's a
Correct. This dude's awesome. I've seen him floating around before either. I didn't know he was.
bad thing no matter how you want to cut it.
This is one of our problems because when you're this pro-black, no matter what, it hijacks your ability to reason.
Pointing that out is not wrong.
He's right.
Yet, Stephen A. Smith goes on to claim it is.
I mean, I would go a step further, and I think that all these people that are screaming about it, they actually just want to legalize murder in white people. All right, a lot of people don't want to I have been called out by homosexuals for saying that that's obviously what they're doing when they are protesting on behalf of a murderer.
Jeffrey Mead, I believe that's your name. Before I say anything in response to what you just said, I don't know you. I think you're conservative or whatever.
What is this like? Speaking before I address the thing that you said. He pauses for like 47 minutes for dramatic appeal. What are you doing here? Who the fuck are you? You're just a guy with a podcast.
And that's fine.
Get over yourself.
I would ask you to be a little bit more sensitive.
Please be sensitive to the murderer. Please be sensitive. These black folks only they're simple people. They just tried to legalize the murder of whites. And who are you? Who are you to criticize them for defending a murderer? Be a little more sensitive. Listen, man. You ever heard of slavery?
Okay, what did he just say that is insensitive?
I will not engage with any of your talking points, but I will call you insensitive.
If what he just said is problematic and that's too insensitive, we're doomed.
Yeah.
As black people, let's stop talking as if black.
We are black. We should be on the same side. You are literally doing the thing he was describing.
Black people have never suffered in this country.
He was here 300 years ago. Therefore, murdering white people should be legal. I'm telling you, man. I'm trying to figure out another way to spin this. This is a murderer. Why is everyone like jumping? I mean, we know why. Why is everyone jumping hand over heel trying to defend this guy?
But they don't raise the proverbial eyebrow.
Suspect murdered a guy. He murdered a guy in front of like 30 witnesses. He admitted to the cops. There's footage of it happening. What are we doing? And they yeah, he did it. He actually did it. All right, what are we doing here? This is not the time. First of all, there's no. I think there's no systemic racism in this country anymore. Sure, some people are racist individually. Obviously, people in the Roots video. But on a systemic level, there is no systemic racism. It's not real. You don't have more black people arrested than white people compared to the amounts of crimes that are committed. All right. Ultimately, over-policing is not a real thing. In fact, it's not even a real word. How the fuck do you over-police? Over-policing is when you arrest 11 out of the 10 murderers? No. Over-policing just means you actually pay attention to who kills and who goes to jail. But they over-police black neighborhoods. Who are they arresting? Are they arresting people for just standing there? They're not, okay? It's literally lies on top of lies.
You can raise the proverbial eyebrow all you want, but don't blind yourself to objective reasoning.
You are not sensitive to Carmelo.
See, one of the things that black conservatives are going to have to come to a realization about is that the manner in which you communicate and you present sometimes emanates
Goddamn saloon, there isn't a
from your own victimhood.
nothing to drink in here.
Just listen to, categorized.
Dude, stop with the victim shit. I don't understand. Just stop with the victim shit. Okay, listen, you want to hear a really funny statistic? Did you know that black people in the United States of America are the richest group of black people anywhere in any country on the planet? All right? But again, stop with the victim shit. We had a black president. God damn it. We had a black gay president, Barack Hussein Obama. Okay, the first gay black Muslim president. We already had one. All right, stop it. It's over. You're not victims of society. Shut the fuck up. Figure shit out. Get married. Have children. Don't go to jail. Stay at home. Get a job. Work hard, and things will go well. Oh, I had to steal makeup from the CVS because of victimhood and slavery. No. It's because you don't have a dad. And you were raised in a society to think that, well, I'm a victim. I could murder white people. So here you have this conservative black guy who seems based as fuck, who says, yo, actually, we have to stop the tribalism bullshit. This is a murder. And you're like, you're only saying that from your own victimhood.
That's just being rational. What is any of this have to do with a black conservative?
You go because black liberals are irrational. Just like all you inherently believe in patriarchy.
Fucking kidding me. Where the hell did he come from?
Dismantle a patriarchy. You get the paradox? Liberalism is an irrational position. Liberalism is why 250,000 British girls were raped by Pakistani Muslims. The media shut up about it because of liberalism. All right, liberalism is cancer.
Or liberals, or people with liberal or left-leaning thinking.
So retards.
So what should I be playing later?
In which you're talked about as a conservative. I get it. I don't think
Since I'm fixing to log out
being
soon.
Rational as a result of his
Gotta get something to eat.
Subconscious victimhood. Okay.
We know I've been called sellout, coon, all of this other stuff. The second I disagree with black folks, I get it. Part of the reason you come at black folks is because they've done it to you.
Or maybe you're coming at him because he's a murderer. All right, listen, man, I don't come for Jeffrey Epstein because Jeffrey Epstein is sort of victim complex or some shit. No, I do it because he was a monstrous pedophile. All right, that's why I come for Jeffrey Epstein. I don't see any Jewish activists going out there protesting for Jeffrey Epstein, okay? Or because that guy was fucking horrible. He was a monster. All right, the sentiment, however, seems to be in, let's just say, small subsets of black society that Carmelo Anthony should not have gone to prison because murdering white people should actually be legal because of oppression or something.
Had me at the beginning, but then...
Let's just be sensitive to that. Being sensitive. Let everybody understand. Jeffrey Mead had points.
You're insensitive. Say that it's victim. on the left right now is Victor Olympic. Always has been, always has been. And the new face of the left, I keep doing my best to make this guy the face of the left, because, you know, he's... John Biker is having a really very bad day. And things are going very poorly for him. Right, turns out the left is canceling all of his events. People are closing down rallies because he might be showing up. Right, this dude is right now an absolute nightmare to be around. He is a black cloud. All of his candidates that he endorses lose. He is just this dog-shocking, terror-supporting miasma of misery, and everyone is catching on. So first, Hassan has to react to his upset chatters because they're like, wait a second, we're watching you and we're really realizing you're like really LARPing as a revolutionary, you know? You're like, you're out here, you're fighting for Palestine or whatever. You're fighting for Palestine, but you're not really doing anything. You're just kind of sitting on your ass and making millions of dollars.
Look to these unbelievably powerful forces and why they are so aggressively trying to thwart this movement.
Yeah, no one's trying
God, why can't I get something to drink?
And we're really grateful, honestly. I speak on behalf of every
That's
right
food, not water.
Thank you, Hassan Piker, for becoming the face of the left. What is the left? Look, it's that guy. It's a foreign Turk that hates America, supports China. He supports Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He loves China's genocide of the Tibetans. And he supports terrorism around the world. That's him. That's the new left. Yes! Yes! Thank you, Hassan.
Okay? I know it's really easy to just go on Twitter and be like, this guy is a sheepdog for the neoliberal Zionist Democratic Party. He just wants to take all this revolutionary potential of the masses and like feed it back in the Democratic Party.
Revolutionary potential is when you say free Palestine on a live stream and make millions.
But like, there's a reason why they're not going after Hammer and Sickle Twitter users, and they're going after my bitch ass. Okay?
Yeah, because no one gives a fuck about these people. No one knows who they are. You have managed to gain some sort of fame. We know you have an entire chat of domestic terrorists and inbred retards. And honestly, it's great. It's really fun.
My Democratic Party sheepdog ass is getting ass fucked on a daily fucking basis by numerous governments. Right. Why the fuck do you think they're not coming after you? Why?
Thanks.
Why is it my ass that's getting fucking gaped?
Yeah, because you're a terrorist. Supporter. Because you're a terrorist supporter.
Why? I've been doing this shit for a decade. And until recently, until I decided to become more active in this part, in the electoral route a little bit, and actually put a couple fucking numbers on the leaderboard, ain't nobody was gaping my ass.
I'm happy to say that it all started when a blue cartoon on the internet decided to gape your ass every day. And I have to say, the snowball took off. Right, Pegasus started his legendary series inspired by me, I'll have you know. As Nicole used to make believe that Hassan was just a guy with different opinions. Now he's like, yeah, this guy fucking terrorism. Like terrorism, what's going on? I am just noticing that this is very entertaining.
And now it's gaped. Why do you think that's the case? Why are they not yelling at you? You got the radical points. You're posting about Yahya Sinwar all day. Why are they not treating you in the same way?
Because people know who you are. No one knows who people are.
I don't even got a problem with that posting, too. And yet you yell at...
I don't even have a problem with you glazing Yahya Sinwar, the orchestrator of October 7th, and the reason why Palestinians died in Gaza. The guy who started the war that got all of them killed. Now, I just have to say, also...
All right, you know what? I'm going to log out. I will see you guys later this evening. I don't know what I'm going to be playing yet. I'm going to make it a surprise. I'm even going to look on Steam and see if there's anything new and interesting that I might play. So I will see you guys later on this evening.
Communist, pro-imperialist, Chinese fucking retard outfit.